Call the meeting to order. Mr. Dene, lead us in the pledge. Please rise, put your hand over your heart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Astchev? Here. Guston? Here. Zadra? Here. Sferaza? Here. George? Here. Ayazi? Kishel?
Here. All right, on the agenda, before we go to public comment, it's been requested by Councilwoman Zadra that we hear item J5. She has a medical thing she has to report to before. Do I have to do public comment? Okay, let's do public comment first. Tried to sneak one in there, what the hell? Then we'll then be going to J5. All right. Jennifer Palmer? You wish to speak? You wish to speak, Jennifer Palmer?
I didn't realize I'd be first. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Risden Palmer, and I am here today because of the Collin fire that occurred on November 18th, 2011. I was one of the fortunate to be able to be evacuated on time, as the rest of the city. And when 10,000 lives were saved, I decided as a certified event planner to be able to put together an event called a community gratitude event, to show all of the community our gratitude for saving all of our lives. That fire was horrific. That event occurred on December 14th. Due to the capacity, we actually put together with the Ribeiro Company. They gave us a building. Local companies like Aaron Brothers was ultimately important. Home Depot, Kelly Moore, and Joan Presley, the fire marshal, got us some firefighters, and the community came out, about 300 people, to paint canvases. The 100 canvases currently are being displayed for Art Town at Circus Circus as a gratitude to all of the first responders. Those 100 canvases, well, there will be 99 because I am presenting this one to you, the city of Reno. And they'll be displayed at Circus Circus from 2 to 7, Monday through Friday this week. And they are currently there, and on Saturday from 12 to 4. I'm presenting this to the city of Reno, saying thank you for supplying us with expert responders in their fields, and professionals and neighbors in the community, and everyone that stepped up to the plate, because it took an entire community, and our community will never be the same again. So this is a thank you to the city of Reno for saving all of our lives that horrific day, that horrific fire.
Thank you very much.
And here is the painting. So I hope you find a good place for it.
We will.
If you get a chance to come down to the city of Reno, I would like to give you one personally for your office.
Okay.
That the fire department engine one, actually,
We're going to leave it right there.
okay, where engine one maintained themselves.
Oh.
So I had 6 different stations come out, so thank you very much for keeping our city safe.
Thank you. Janet Phillips.
Good morning. This is another thank you message, this one not as momentous as that. But recently, the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway, which, as you all remember, is a project to make the entire Truckee River accessible by foot or by bike. We're 60% of the way there. In the early days, it was the city's support that got us off the ground. And I just want to say thank you for that and show you this plaque we got. This is a national award for Best National Trail in the long distance category. I got this in Washington, D.C. last month. So without your early support, this would not have been possible. Thank you. Also, to those of you who are on the TUMWA board, thank you. We're moving right along with our joint effort with TUMWA on the trail upstream. So from 60%, we hope we'll get to 100% while I can still ride a bike. And that looks pretty good if we get continued funding. You may not know that the majority of our funding has been from federal transportation dollars. Those dollars did make it through the recent federal process, so it's recreation trails money will continue. Each governor has the ability to opt out of that money. So if you know Governor Sandoval, please ask him not to opt out. But anyway, thanks for your support. I wish more of our trail were in the city of Reno.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just mention that.
Yes, sir.
I mean, through the efforts of Councilman Ayazi, I think you also are receiving contributions from the RTC to continue that route. I don't know if you've received them yet, but they're coming.
I did not know that. Thank you. And who should I look for that from? Okay, that'd be great. Especially along Interstate 80, we could really use their help.
Good. Maureen Wilson, Charity Reese.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Maureen Wilson, and this is Charity Reese. We're from Sonatrol of Southern and Northern Nevada, and we're here today to honor the first responders in this community. Mr. Mayor, I actually have a brief letter I'd like to read to you that I've written to you on behalf of our office. Dear Mayor Cachel, Sonatrol of Northern Nevada wishes to recognize the dedication of the Reno Emergency Communications Center, the Reno Police Department, and the Reno Fire Department for their commitment to service to the community of Reno, Nevada. On June 6, 2012, Sonatrol of Northern Nevada called in a burglary alarm at Big Valley Honda at 2225 Market Street, Reno, Nevada. The joint efforts of the Reno Emergency Communications Center, the Reno Police Department, as well as the Reno Fire Department resulted in successful apprehension of 2 suspects at the Big Valley Honda premises, preventing unknown harm or loss to the property and to the customer. Attached, please find a list of the name of the individuals and their departments which were involved in this event. Please join us in recognizing and thanking them for their service to this community. While this is not the first time that we've ever dealt with any of these departments, and it's certainly not the first time they have been successful in apprehending someone, it is one of the most recent events where we've had all 3 departments involved. We just want to continue to honor them for their continued service to this community, as well as their dedication to service. So we'll be leaving this letter with your city clerk, and just thank you for all of your first responders and what a great job they're doing for this community.
Thank you very much. Chuck Shaw.
Mayor Cashel, I'll defer my comments to item number F3 in the respective time for the council member.
Thank you. Tom Lee.
Thank you for seeing me. I work for Reno Sparks Taxi Company, and I'm deeply concerned about the business license.
Identify yourself for the record, your name and...
Oh, I'm Tom Lee,
Okay.
and I work for the Reno Sparks Cab Company, and I'm really deeply concerned about the licensing of individual cab drivers. As an added tax to us, it would destroy my job. We make so very little to get by on right now. We work 60 hours a week, and I would like a good explanation of what's happening, and some consideration about the amount of money that a taxi driver makes. We actually make less than minimum wage. And we do a great service here, and we try so very hard to serve you all. In fact, I picked you up before from the airport. You're a good tipper. But this is my life and my livelihood, and very serious thing to me. And I hope I can get a good explanation of what's going to happen. And I'm very, very concerned about it.
Okay. Well, we'll be covering that issue in a little while, so if you get a chance to stay, you'll be able to hear what we're looking at and everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mike Ginsburg?
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Ginsburg with Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics. Today I'm before you to talk about Adopt a Pool that we had May 29th to June 7th at the Idlewild and Trainer pools. As you can see, this first slide was the before. This was actually as they were pumping the water down. It was a dark, dark color. It was kind of a greenish, smelly color. We were having to pressure wash the pools. This year we didn't have that calcification that we had last year. And it got down, we were able to do a lot of the other things that we wanted to do last year, like the other parks, the parks surrounding it. We were able to plant flowers thanks to the Sierra Nevada Masters who donated all the flowers for this area. We had people actually able to go outside the pool area this year, so we cleaned up planter beds. This was out front of the pool. I got 9 seconds per slide. So we also put up all the wind fencing around. We had 100 volunteers on the Saturday of the main event. Our biggest group was the Lake Ridge Swim Team, which I want to publicly thank for 100 people. So in this slide, or they had 39 people. In this slide here, you can see before, during, and this bottom slide was during a swim meet, how crystal clear that water looks. We all did everybody that helped did a great, great job with this. This was the Summer Splash Swim Meet that was held by Reno Aquatics, had about 500 swimmers. We also worked on the trainer pool this year. All the pools came in on time, cleaned, sparkling. There was 250 volunteer hours donated, which was a total of $5,448 of value. And both pools opened on time. I'd like to thank, we had some sponsors this year, so we got some T-shirts. NV Energy supplied the snacks. Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics, Reno Area Triathletes, and Todd's Body Shop all pitched in money to give T-shirts to all the volunteers. And we want to thank the City of Reno for giving the opportunity so the aquatics community could have some ownership in their facilities. As you swim in these pools, crystal clear water, if you've had anything to do with cleaning them, you swim past an area, you said, hey, I scrubbed that area right there. You know, there's a lot more ownership, pride in our community. So thank you, and hopefully we're back again next year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sam Dene.
Sam Dene, I am the Encyclopedia of Reno, Nevada. I am an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside the border and outside of the border. And I'm not here to say I told you so again. And I'm not here to talk about tarring and feathering the vote-stealing traitors. And I'm not here to talk about the dysfunctional local media, television and newspaper, the dysfunctional media that is afraid and jealous of Sam Dene. No, I'm here to talk about, number one, that painting right there. That painting right there kind of says it all. It's dedicated to one of the best fire departments in all of America. All of America. Not only the fire that she's talking about, but the fire that came a little bit later. Both of them, ultimate disasters just waiting to happen. And these firefighters over here, the best firefighting team in America, came down, one of the best firefighting teams, came down, went over there and saved many, many lives and countless homes. And what is the dysfunctional, lame duck Washoe County Commission do? They dismember arguably the best fire department in all of America. They dismember it, split it apart. That being said, I still support all of the firefighters, the ones for Reno and the ones that are working over there for Washoe County now. They're all a bunch of brave men and women. I'm also here to talk about I don't know if I can really say it right. I'm here to talk about Moana Springs Cheese Toasta. Moana Springs Cheese Toasta. Now, I don't think there's any problem tearing down and dismembering Moana Stadium and maybe even that swimming pool over there, although I can think of many, 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 many better uses of $500,000 for our cash-strapped city, many better uses, but I won't even go into that. And I'm not against the dismembering and the tearing down of Moana Stadium, although it does seem like a sad thing, what with the history we have there. What I'm against is what I've heard at this meeting, and I'm hoping somebody can correct me, but what I'm really against is the fact that you're going to take three or four perfectly good Little League fields with all their apparatus and stands and lights and everything else, and one perfectly good Babe Ruth field, and turn them into soccer fields. Now, I heard this at this meeting. She's shaking her head. I'm glad, and he's shaking his head. We cleared the record then because I know what I heard about. Maybe somebody misspoke. Maybe it went up. Anyway, I've got bigger things to talk about. You shook your head. You're going to leave those Little League fields there. You're going to leave the lights in the stadiums and the Babe Ruth field. That's all we're talking about is the Moana Stadium. You got that for the record, folks. Moana Stadium. These are honest people, I've been told. Moana Stadium, that's okay. I'm glad you cleared that because most people think you're going after the Little League fields too.
Thank you very much. Gerald Myers.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Counsel. I'd like to take just a few minutes to clarify from the last council meeting. I represent Reno Sparks Cab.
Identify yourself for the record.
Beg pardon?
Your name?
Gerald Myers.
Thank you.
Hey. Anyway, just to set the record straight, there were some issues brought up, reference the Reno Sparks Cab, the Willacy Cab, Yellow Cab. I represent Reno Sparks Cab, Yellow Cab, and Executive Limousine. The points that I'd like to clear up, I've been with Reno Sparks and Yellow Cab and Executive since 1982 when I retired. The safety at Reno Sparks Cab was predominantly my responsibility for years. I run the shop now, so the maintenance and the safety of the cars is still my responsibility. But I am the regional defensive driving counselor for the defensive driving DDC 6, 8, 4, and some other eccentric classes that deal with safety. Reno Sparks Cab will admit that there was one fatality since 1979. And with millions and millions of miles on our record, I think that's a pretty good record. Okay? I'd like to set the record straight. Our training is impeccable. Our drivers are very well trained. We meet all federal and state requirements to the point where we do the RTC contract, so we fall under the federal guidelines. And it's just, if I can get this stupid thing off, it's just something that we do. We do as a matter of public trust. We have our vehicles out there, and we care about the people of Reno. We care about this city. We try to keep the most current and up-to-date vehicles that we can, the most fuel-efficient vehicles. And I'd just like to set the record straight that if there's ever a problem with safety or anything that the city has, they feel free to come and see us at any time. Thank you.
Very much. Roy Street?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name is Roy Street. I'm the owner of Reno Sparks and Yellow Cab. We've been in business since 1979. And as Gary said, we travel a lot of miles and take care of our customers. I can't remember all the stuff I wanted to say here. As far as the comments that made was by Paula Penrod, I would just like to say that they were completely wrong. Our company is safe. We have operated for 33 years with no fatalities. That it was our fault. I brought several employees with me today, which we don't need to talk to them now. And just like to say that we do our best to take care of the city and community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No other public comment? Have no other public comment. I'm going to close the public comment section, bring it back to the table. Now we'll go to approval of the agenda. Before we do that, we are going to move item J5 up.
Mr. Mayor, because it's an item that Councilwoman Zadra had requested, and she has, as you said, had to go to a medical appointment, she asked me if I would ask the council to continue the item until next week.
Okay.
That's her request.
All right.
So I'll move that we continue item J5 until next week, the 18th.
Motion and second. Did you have somebody wanting to speak on that? Mr. Dene.
Sam Denady, Encyclopedia of Reno Government, and thank you very much for allowing me to talk because, and I'm glad that the city attorney recognized the fact that once an item is on an agenda, citizens can talk about it even if it is pulled off. So I don't mean to be contentious. I'm glad you recognize that. And I just want, and what this item has to do with what I just talked about at public comment, sort of, a few minutes ago, having to do with the turning that old swimming pool that's dilapidated and run down and due for destruction as is taking place as we speak. And I was glad to see the nods of the heads up there, and you might want to reiterate that because there's a lot of rumors going around town thinking that you're going to take those Little League fields, the perfectly good Little League fields that are in that area, and the Babe Ruth field that's there, and turn those into soccer fields too. I am adamantly in support of this aquatics operation and turning what was the Moana swimming pool into a multi-generation, long-time, fancy swimming pool. I remember approximately, maybe even back in the Griffin days, if I'm not wrong, when there were some phenomenal presentations here by swimming folks with all these beautiful pictures and drawings and dreams of things they wanted to do, bring in the Winter Olympics or something here, all of these things that they wanted to do in the future. And that was 6 or 8 or 10 years ago, and nothing's happened. And I don't mind you tearing that all down and making it pretty. That's okay. But most of us kind of wish you'd had the money, at least some of the money, maybe 25% of the money available to start working on the program that you're tearing this down for. But my bottom line is, as I finish up my time, I'll even give you a little bit, but the bottom line is I'm glad that you're not tearing down those Little League fields and all the light posts and the stadiums and the stands and all the paraphernalia that are over there, and you're only talking about the Moana Stadium area that's right there on Moana Lane. So that is good news for the record.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Mr. Dene reads all our staff reports, and in item J5, it says right in the staff report, that's exactly what we're not doing, Mr. Dene. So it's right in here.
All right. Now, item J5. I have a motion and second on item J5. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Guston, you have a proclamation. Oh, yeah, we should have do that. Let me go through the rest of it. All right. There's no other changes, really. Okay, move to approve the agenda. Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll do the minutes. Any motion, second? Second? All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursements? All right. Motion?
Move to approve.
Have motion, second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now, Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas July is celebrated nationally as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the Reno City Council has a continued commitment to the community, livability, economic vitality, and personal well-being achieved through open and accessible programs in parks, recreation, arts and culture programs, and community events. And whereas the City of Reno continues to be a resource of knowledge in the field of parks and recreation and provides an extensive public art collection and programs that promote swimming, golf, athletics, arts and culture, and healthy lifestyles. And whereas through collaborations with valuable partners such as the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, Washoe County School District, and Washoe County Senior Services, youth and seniors of Reno are provided healthy meals 5 days a week by Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. And whereas the City of Reno is proud to hold the designation as Tree City USA for 30 consecutive years. Anecdote to that, we are the longest in terms of Tree City USA in the state of Nevada. We hold that designation longer than any other state, any other city, in the state of Nevada. And that was just awarded the 30th year recently. So now, therefore, wait a minute. Oh, on behalf of Robert A. Cashel, he's still mayor of Reno? Okay. The City of Reno of Nevada do hereby proclaim July 2012 as Parks and Recreation Month in and for the City of Reno, and encourage all citizens to celebrate by participating in their choice of pleasurable activities and to find enjoyment and satisfaction in their leisure time. I encourage the public to take advantage of the city's free open swim on Saturday, July 21st, Mr. Mayor, at Trainer Pool from 1 to 4 p.m. Congratulations. I have people that behind me who may wish to speak are very instrumental in arts and culture, the Parks and Recreation Commission that may want to say something about this honor that they received today.
Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members, thank you so very much for this honor. It is truly an honor as part of the Arts and Culture Commission for the City of Reno to participate in all that we do, to create Art Town, to be able to just spread arts and culture throughout our community, and we appreciate very much the acknowledgement that you've given us. Thank you.
Afternoon, I'm Mike Ginsberg. I'm the Vice Chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. I'd like to also thank you for this, and I appreciate it for all the aquatics people, all the baseball people, all the soccer people, all the t-ball, you name it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now we'll go to item D1, presentation. Richard Nelson, Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. My name's Rick Nelson, and I'm the Assistant Director of Operations with the Nevada Department of Transportation, and I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and present a briefing to the City Council about a project that we've been working on there at NDOT. And it has to do with road operations, the operations of the freeway that we have, US 580 or Interstate 580 and Interstate 80 is two very important links through the community here. And what you see before you is a picture of the operations center that we currently have down in southern Nevada. It's called the FAST Center, and it was constructed many years ago to help mobility in that region. And based on the successes that we've seen down in that region and the growth that we have experienced here in northern Nevada, we believe that a center similar to this would be extremely important and for the region here. You know, our vision for this center, and I apologize for stating the obvious, but regional mobility is extremely important to the economy of the area. And what we'd like to see is a move towards an integrated boundary-free operations, particularly with in response to how we manage the roads here in the Truckee Meadows. And the way we think we can achieve that vision is through co-location of interrelated operations and services into a single dispatch and operations room. The need that we see for this project really stems around situational awareness. And that's not to say that we don't do a good job of managing events that happen on the freeway today, but with the Highway Patrol dispatching their troopers out of Carson City, NDOT dispatching our maintenance forces out of our operation here in Reno Sparks, and the locals with their independent dispatch centers. When an event does happen to occur, people have to get on the phone and they have to start making phone calls, and our response could be so much better if everyone was operating with the same situational awareness at the same time. And what that will do is allow for a much greater collaboration with respect to regional response. It will allow us to provide the immediate dissemination of information both to our regional partners and to the public as well. And in addition, it will provide a daily coordinated management of the freeways. Now, the four pictures that we have on the screen here are events that have in fact occurred here in the region. When the airplane landed on Interstate 80, thankfully no one was hurt, but it did greatly impact the operation of Interstate 80. It closed it down, and in fact what happened sort of as a fallout was the school bus transportation yard uses that exit, and it wasn't until the afternoon when it was time to pick up the kids from school that the transportation district couldn't realize they couldn't get their buses out onto the freeway. Could we have picked up the phone and let them know? Yes. Should they have been aware? Probably. But if we were co-located into a single facility, everyone would have known that information right off. In the lower left is an example of a truckload of bricks that happened to park their load on the freeway. We had a very similar incident just a few months ago in Las Vegas, and this is the last time I'll bring up Las Vegas, I promise. But it's a very good illustrative example. You know, we've been installing cameras on the freeway so we can monitor traffic flow and we can monitor events as they occur. Down there, they had a similar incident where a truckload of gravel discharged their load on US 95. And because of the co-located environment that they operate in, the Highway Patrol knew right away. The local police knew right away. Signs, changeable message signs went up to warn the motorists right away. All of these things happened before the first 911 call came in to say, oh, there's an event on US 95. So the response can be so much faster, which provides much better service for the community. Of course, with wildland fire and the kinds of winter that we have here, you know, being able to respond to these events is very positive. Now, one of the things that we've implemented is a quick clearance policy, for example, where we have these systems where we can see what's happening on the freeway and we can monitor flow. We have what we call a 30, 60, 90 quick clearance policy. So for incidents or accidents where it's property damage only, the goal is to get the freeway open and moving in 30 minutes. If there's injuries or that sort of thing, the goal is to get the freeway moving in 60 minutes. And heaven forbid, if there's a fatality, the goal is to get traffic moving again in 90 minutes. Yeah. For every minute of delay on the freeway, there's tremendous user costs that rack up. And so the importance is very strong in trying to get the freeway moving. And the other thing that happens is when freeway operations become impacted, the ripple effect onto the local network, the local transportation network, is also greatly impacted. So, you know, by having a co-located facility and the situational awareness that I talk about helps alleviate those issues when the freeway clogs up and everyone pours into the local streets. So what have we done so far? And we've actually been working on this project. It was conceived back in 2009. We worked on it through 2010. And the first thing that we did was we pulled together a small study to develop a concept of operations. In other words, if we were to create some kind of a facility, whether it's a unified network of traffic data or a co-located facility where everyone would be seeing the same data at the same time, we pulled together 21 stakeholders, local, state, federal, police, fire, and public works. It was a very positive study, and in fact I want to thank the staff from the city of Reno for participating in that study. And one of the things that came out of that study was, even though we could have a central hub of data, the real value comes out of, again, that situational awareness, where you don't have to wait for someone to make a phone call to you and say, we have a problem. Everyone sees the same event at the same time. So based on the positive results of the concept of operations, we moved forward with a space needs study in order to try to get our hands around what a facility might look like, what size might it need to be, and secondly, where might be a good site to put this. And again, back in 2010, there were a lot of vacant properties. Could we possibly use some store, some piece of property that was vacant? And so we needed a way to examine each site to determine the best value. And so without requiring any commitments from any of the participants, because again, this project is very nebulous so far, we did go around and we interviewed all of the local agencies, NDOT, some potential federal partners, Department of Public Safety, to try to see what size a building might be, and also to develop a site selection matrix for each facility. And then the third thing we put together is we knew we were going to have to talk to our regional partners, our local partners, and in fact the state legislature. And so we knew we needed to build a business plan. We needed to create a business case for this project, as opposed to, we think we need a new building and it would be neat to have. So we worked on a business plan, and that business plan was put together in 2012, this year. And at the conclusion of the concept of operations, we pulled together a loose-knit committee. It's really it was an exploratory committee to see if a project like this might have value and to provide us some input, realizing that you know, we're a part of the community and we need to bring that input to the table. So through the space needs study, the site selection process, and the business plan, we identified 3 principal partners that likely would benefit from this project, and of course that would be the Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Safety, and the local dispatch. And when I say local, it's very nebulous, again, because I know people can't make commitments. They can't really dive into this until we've got more structure around the project. But anyway, we're looking at a facility that's about 26,000 square feet, and the estimate that we put on it was $18 million. Now, one of the things that's key to that estimate is the property, the real estate, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Just very quickly, the benefits of a project like this, again, regional situational awareness, that's extremely important for police and fire and the other first responders. We believe that a co-located operation would improve regional response and daily emergency events. It would greatly reduce congestion. We've seen that demonstrated. Every state and community that has one of these centers sees benefits in reduced congestion, improved information, not only to the agencies that are participating, but the citizens, the local citizens as well. And by co-locating into a common infrastructure, there are certainly fiscal advantages and economies of scale. So where are we? Just to give you a quick rundown, we've done the preliminary evaluation. This project has been presented to our transportation board, chaired by Governor Sandoval, and they've approved our moving forward with developing a project. We believe we did our due diligence on the front end through the preliminary evaluations and the creation of the business plan to demonstrate a good project. Now that we've got the approval of the transportation board, we want to make presentations to all the agencies that potentially could benefit from this project, and quite honestly, that's why we're here before the Reno City Council today. And let's see. Oh, the preferred site. As we went through the site selection criteria, we identified several pieces of raw property and several vacant buildings that existed in the community. One of the problems with a vacant building is when you put the first responders into a facility, there's certain design standards and design codes that have to be met for law enforcement. It has to be a survivable building. It has to have uninterruptible communications. And quite honestly, a lot of the existing structures that are out there don't meet those building codes to put law enforcement, police, fire, and first responders in there. So ultimately, after looking at several sites, the Regional Public Safety Training Center jumped to the top of the list. And so as we move this project forward, it's with the intention that the Regional Public Safety Training Center might very well be the perfect site for this facility. Now, I've made a presentation to the executive board, the managers board. Mr. Klinger was there at that meeting, and they've graciously allowed staff to continue to work with the state to try to develop a project. There's lots of parts and pieces that have to come together to make this thing a viable project, but we're approaching it with that facility as our preferred site. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions about our project or anything else in general. And we're hoping, and we're hoping that we'll be able to work with the City of Reno staff as we move forward with our project. Thank you.
Mr. Guston.
Yes, just very briefly, one question. You mentioned you're in the throes of the beginning of this, and it's somewhat nebulous as to how it's going to fold out. Where's the $18 million coming from?
Well, we're hoping that we can put a funding plan together to pull funds in from a variety of different sources. We've talked with our partners at the Federal Highway Administration. Because of the congestion mitigation benefits that come from a center like this, we're hopeful that we can use some federal congestion mitigation and air quality money through Homeland Security, law enforcement, first responders. We think there may be some grant opportunities out there that we could seize upon. There will more than likely be state transportation funds that go into this. So we'll have to put together a funding plan that's acceptable for everyone in order to actually bring it to reality.
Is there any thumbnail at this point what local would be what percentage local would be responsible for?
Well, there's two ways to approach this. One would be to actually be in on the very front end of the project, contribute to the development and building of the project. And of course, that gives you a seat at the executive table that makes decisions about where we move forward and that sort of thing. The other would be, we could be a tenant where if someone wanted to co-locate in our facility, where there might be a cost-sharing arrangement that comes into play based on the number of square footage or the number of dispatch consoles. That's one of the things that we are, in fact, going to have to sort out in the future.
Okay. Thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other, Mr. Azzi?
What would the yearly operational cost be for this?
We're basing our estimate of the yearly operational costs on, I'm sorry, I promised I wasn't going to say Las Vegas anymore, but based on the center in Las Vegas, it's a different center, but we spend between $200,000 to $250,000 a year operating the center. Now, one of the big components of that is we have a dedicated staff that keeps the facility running, keeps the lights turned on, does any improvements, and that sort of thing. So there are staff costs that play into that as well.
It says here that the operation for FAST is just under $2 million per year, under 2013 in
sorry,
NDOT's own.
a month.
Oh, okay.
My
So who would pay the $2 million a year to operate it?
Well, quite frankly, it would be the people that are in the building.
Okay, so would the expectations be that we would move our dispatch into this building?
We're approaching the project with that possibility in mind, yes. Now,
ours is fairly new. Why would we move our operations center? What advantage is it to us?
well, space is one. The other would be opportunities that are become available with freeing up that space in the existing dispatch for other uses.
What other use could you put in an existing $16 million emergency operations center?
Well, one thing to bear in mind is this is not an emergency operations center. What we're talking about here is not an emergency operations center, and it would not replace the emergency operations center. This becomes daily operations for events, for normal operation and events that would not rise to the degree where you would need to activate the emergency operations center. So this isn't a replacement for the emergency
And would this
operations center.
only monitor the freeway system?
Right now, the solid partners are NDOT and Department of Public Safety. And so with those two partners, it is for just the freeways and the state-owned routes. We'd certainly like to bring other partners into this so that we could manage the transportation network as a whole, as opposed to the local operation of the arterials and the state operation.
How many
of the
people do
freeways.
you need in a building, in a room, to manage Interstate 80 and 395?
Well, there's two components to that. One is the operation of the freeway, which would be, dispatching our maintenance forces, controlling the signs, and that sort of thing. That's a relatively small number of people, maybe 3 to 4, if you will. Highway Patrol, with their dispatch, that brings in 6 or 7 consoles, if you will.
So are we closing the dispatch in Carson City?
The dispatch in Carson City is managed out of the DEM building off of Fairview. It's an office that they converted into a dispatch center. I've been in there and examined that, and it's a cube. They've got no surveillance, no windows.
So is it going to close and move here?
The idea is that the dispatchers DPS dispatchers would in fact move up here, and DEM would take that office space and use it for other purposes.
So how big is the FAST in Las Vegas?
Oh my gosh, it's 60,000 square feet. So we're looking at something about 1/3 of that.
And why is it $700 a square foot?
Well, it's a complicated piece of real estate. It's hugely governed, if you will, by computer facilities, by server rooms, by all the telecom equipment. It's not a standard.
My contention is we have
house.
that up there now.
And that's why it's the perfect site for the facility. Now, if NDOT and DPS wanted to move into the facility that exists, there's no room for us there now.
Wouldn't it be easier to add on to what's there than to build an entirely new building?
And
for,
that's what
for
we
basically all you want to add on is 10 people, 10 dispatch centers. You've got your people to run 395 and Interstate 80 and Highway Patrol. So what do we need to build for adding 10 more people on?
And the intention, of course, we're looking at a new co-located. Again, the project is somewhat nebulous, but as we are moving forward, we're looking at a co-located facility, and we are looking at adding on to the Public Safety Training Center.
And I'll end this with, we have a co-located facility. I understand you want to do something, but you want us to co-locate to your facility. And then you want us to pay for part of that. And when you take CMAQ funds away, it's going to take it away from projects we're already doing. That's not what you have in there. When you get money from the feds for CMAQ money, that's money we're already getting for our street sweepers and all that stuff. And then $2 million a year to operate it, that's not being discussed. When this first came forward, it was going to operate all the city streets and everything, and only half of our street lights are even synchronized in this town. So until they're synchronized, there's nothing you can do about them. Quite honestly, I don't really know what the purpose. If you want to do something for NHP and build them a new thing and bring in management of these two freeways, that's fine. But to build a new facility, and I'm certainly glad it's down to $12 million, because when it originally came to RTC, it was $60 million. So that's relieved a lot of concern for me. And it was also, you needed 5 acres, I believe, up there. It was a huge parcel that was going to be added on. I sort of think we should look at that a little bit more, and it should be decided up front who's going to pay for what, because we're doing okay as far as I know.
Well, and Councilman Ozzie, that is exactly why we're here, because we're at the very front end of this project, and the questions that you raise are excellent questions, and we need to have answers for those before we go to the legislature, we go to any funding body. And you know, we've got good participation from city staff to be at the table and to bring these issues up and to put those questions on the table. And quite honestly, if we don't have good answers for those, then it doesn't become a worthy project for us to move forward.
I mean, for the 10 people you're talking about, you could go into our old building over there behind City Hall. It's got all the computer and stuff in there right now. Law enforcement's been there. It's ready to go.
I guess the primary thing associated with a center like this and with other centers that we visited and other communities that we visited, the real key is it's not just space. It's the fact that you gain the situational awareness by everybody being in the same place. When something happens, everybody's seeing the same information. They're responding and reacting to the same set of inputs. The partnerships and the collaboration and the response, it becomes so much, there's so much more value with people sitting in the same room than if a person's here and a person's
I would agree, that would be terrific,
over there.
but that just doesn't happen. The fire out there in Washoe Valley, they set up a command center down there, because that's where the firefighters are.
What we'll do is we look forward to working with you, and we'll study this thing as you go along, and we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much for allowing me time on your agenda.
No.
And look
Thank
forward to
you.
working
Really
with city
appreciate it.
staff. Thank you.
And yeah, we're going to have to take about a 5-minute break because of the mic is not functioning and it's screwing up the system. So they're here to work on it now, so we'll take about a 5-minute recess. No, sir. And when are we opening 580? 4 weeks. Call the meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to agenda number, consent agenda, and then we're going to hear item J2, presentation approval of the annual report, Financial Advisory Board. Any items you want to pull for discussion under the consent agenda? Have a motion and second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go to item J2, presentation approval annual report of the Financial Advisory Board.
Thank you for moving me up. My name's Tila Hammond. I'm the chair of the City of Reno's Financial Advisory Board. And I think you guys all have in front of you our list of our accomplishments last year and then also our work plan for the upcoming year. And I was really just here today to answer any questions or listen to any recommendations you guys may have for us.
Okay. Anybody got any questions or anything on those items? Mr. Ashef.
Yeah, I just wanted, well, that's the shortest presentation we've had in a long time. That's actually...
That's probably one of the best presentations
yeah, exactly.
we've ever had.
I was going to say best as well, Mr. Mayor. I did want to take this opportunity to thank the Financial Advisory Board and all their hard work. Obviously, through the years, they've made great recommendations to the city that the city has followed and has actually done a lot of good work for the city as well as saving the city money. We appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve the report.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to items under the public hearing. Item F1. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given, and we received 2 letters in support, one from Sharon and Bill Davidor, the other from Claudia Patral, and you received copies of both.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Guston.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a couple of comments and then a quick motion. This is something that's going on for a long time. There are a lot of interested people and concerned people that live in the Rosewood Canyon, Rosewood Wash, and they're taking it seriously. And the open space is a great idea. Even some of the people who own property there. I'd like to personally condone or comment on the raise. It's part of the property that they personally own, and they've given it to the city for open space. It's listed. I think it's been corrected if I've read the report correctly. Let me make sure, Vern, that although it's the Rosewood Wash zone change, it actually is the Rosewood Canyon we're talking about, right? Because I know they're almost interchangeably referred to.
Vern Close, Senior Planner. Yes, the Rosewood Wash is the northern portion north of Corey, and the canyon is the larger portion to the south, and that's where this is located.
And that's mostly where the wildlife and everything that goes through there?
That's probably the more natural portion of the drainageway.
Is there anything, I know it's ATVs are being prohibited from being in there, but are there any barriers, anything going to be put up, or just signage? Is that all that's going to be there?
In discussions with park staff, that's what they would do. They would put up signs to prohibit motorized vehicles in that area. I mean, that's the extent of what they probably would do.
And the city is going to maintain that area, is that correct?
Well, it is the city's property, so yes, we would be responsible for maintaining it.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
All but the raised property.
Yeah, and they did, I don't know what the acreage was that they donated, but 9 acres, is that about what it was? Or?
Well, they're about 2.7 is the parcels to the north, and then the larger piece is the city's.
Okay. Again, I know this has come before the council many times, different things, and concerned about the Rosewood Canyon and Rosewood Wash, and I think this is an excellent suggestion, solution to that. It becomes open space now, and the city owns it. So I would go ahead and approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Have a motion second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F11, ordinance.
This is Bill number 6807, an ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning 38.91 acres located in the area bounded by Cashel Drive, Patadar Drive, San Simeon Court, and Popinjay Drive to the west, Scolari Drive to the south, and Scolari Drive, Olympic Circle, and Camille Drive to the east from 36.2 acres of SF9 single-family residential, 9,000 square feet, and 2.71 acres of SS15 single-family residential, 15,000 square feet, to 38.91 acres of OS open space, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to refer.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. This time, Madam Secretary, item F2, have all this notice has been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and no correspondence was received.
Okay, have no public comment, so I'll close the public comment. Bring it back to the table for discussion. Mr. Izey.
Just a few questions, Mr. Mayor. On page 202, who is the applicant for this?
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager, the City of Reno.
On page 202, it says that, if I get it right, that only the ALC shall have the authority to ask for amendments. On 8.1.1,
The City of Reno and the ALC,
that's what's proposed to be changed.
to add the City of Reno in there.
So if we're not in there now, how can we change it?
They were in agreement with it at the time, so it was kind of a joint.
Except who paid for it?
This was initiated by City Council about 1.5 years ago.
But I guess that's my question. How do we do this? If the PUD says that we cannot be the ones to bring forward things, how are we bringing it forward?
This is coming out of general fund.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying,
Understand.
you know, I don't know how we can go through with this today because the existing PUD handbook says right now that we have no authority to change the handbook. And even in the change, it says a few pages later on 216 that the change still says that NTP has the sole authority to change this.
Correct. We worked with this with the attorney's office, with our attorney's office, and with the NTP representatives. So I would say it was a joint amendment being sponsored by the City of Reno.
How much would it cost to do one of these things?
To apply to amend for a PUD amendment, I believe is $9,500.
And then on the second portion, why wouldn't we change this to where the City of Reno can also modify the handbook? That got taken out on page 216.
That wording should include the City of Reno in that one. We can alter that so that it's the City of Reno as well in that one. That's how it should have read.
And if I recall, the purpose of this was to clean up some small items. But we're adding, they can put in helipads, they can put in indoor garbage collection, they can put in, this doesn't seem like cleanup to me. It seems like a wholesale change in the PUD.
The issues on the land use tables, we had 2 land use tables in the handbook that covered the same areas and they conflicted with them. So when we merged them.
I don't think either of them allowed a helipad. Or a laboratory.
They required SUPs.
Or a sports arena.
And I think we had some.
Restricted gaming.
Sorry. Restricted gaming was a cleanup item that was discussed in the initiation because that's a use that's down there and was always assumed to be allowed and was allowed when this was in the county. That was putting that in there to clean that up because the use is already in there and has always been allowed down in that area.
And we're also allowing them to change the internal property lines. They can cut it in half, the lot setbacks. This to me doesn't seem like a small change to me, that they got the city to approve, to bring forward on our nickel wholesale changes to a huge handbook. I just don't think it's right. It's not a cleanup to me, Mr. Mayor. And I don't legally know how we can do it because the current handbook says we have no authority to do it.
I mean, I think Claudia's answered that question, though. It was a joint application between all the parties. I mean,
Where's the paper saying anyone else applied?
Yep.
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. We have worked with them, and they gave their verbal permission for us to proceed with the sponsorship.
So we have nothing in writing, so technically they could challenge us, couldn't they, Marilyn, since this is the sole?
If they had a desire to challenge us, they would have challenged at the Planning Commission. We have worked consistently with them, and they do not desire to challenge us.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Usually when there's a change to the PUD handbook, doesn't the applicant, it's usually not the city, is it?
Typically, it is. The city has sponsored a number of them. If there's issues, if we, there's some wording in here where staff and city attorney's office have interpreted a section of it that we can't enforce it. So in that, we supported at one time. Now that we have a different interpretation of a certain section, and that's on the modifications and variances and minor deviation sections. And so something like that where the city changes their interpretation of the handbook, then typically the city would come in and do that. If there's something that we've changed that's going to affect the handbook.
But of the amendments, how many of these did we want, and how many did the I know we were the applicant, but how many did the property owner want?
Well, the staff is in agreement with all of them, but I would say the main legal issues would be the adjustments and variance sections would be the main legal ones that we were concerned with, and also the conflicts in the land use tables. Those were the bulk ones. Other changes in there are the landscaping, going to xeriscape rather than requiring lawn, which is something that we don't do in PUDs anymore anyway, so that would be something that we would support definitely anyway.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I don't have a problem moving forward. I mean, I think the public process has gone through. I mean, all these amendments were presented the same way they would have in any other process. So, I mean, just to send it back to go through the process again doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I don't remember, how did we come about for us to sponsor this? I don't recall.
It was brought forward. There were it was final map and single-family repeat permits coming in where we had different interpretations of what they were allowed to alter on elevations and articulation, I think, was the other issue. So it
was to clean up.
Right, it was to clean up those because it was holding up permits that they were trying to apply for, that we had different interpretations of what the authority was.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, so all the changes have gone through the public process the same way they would have under whoever applied, correct?
Correct.
Except who would have paid for the application fee? Again, it was holding up something that they wanted to do. And they're going to be the ones, the beneficiary of this, and we're the taxpayers, the ones footing the bill.
I'm not sure I disagree with you, but we agreed to do it, and now it's here.
To make small changes, this is huge changes in here, Dwight. Allowing a helipad, allowing transfer stations, garbage collection.
But I'm saying it's been through the public process, though. So does it make sense to send it back now? I mean, it's here. I mean, we've already done it.
You're right, it's here.
I mean, it's already, I mean, we've already gone through the process. It's already been paid for.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, and it's here. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, does it make sense to send it back to the starting point to go through the process again?
I just don't, whatever it is, personally, I don't think we legally had the authority to even do what we did.
I got to rely on my attorney when she
I understand that, but even to bring it up originally, I would think that the applicant would have had to apply. And I seem to recall, I tried to get an answer in a couple days and I couldn't really, that when we annexed this property, that we annexed it on the condition that we wouldn't be making major changes to the PUD. Because the county approved all this, if you recall. And the agreement on the annexation was we would not make changes to the PUD that would dramatically alter it. And I haven't been able to find that out yet.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Claudia, usually on the staff report, there's a background in the staff report when council made the motion. You're saying that council initiated this.
Yes, I
Do you
believe
know
it
what
was-
date that was, and do we have a
Sorry, I didn't put
council
that in there.
report on
I
this?
can get you the date on that. I think it was
Was it in the
was
form of
December,
a
January, about a
motion?
year and a half ago. Councilwoman Zadra brought it forward.
Okay, and can we get some background on that? Because I remember there were some changes made out here, if I recall, on the height. They wanted to increase the height to make it consistent with the other PUDs in the area. Am I recalling that correctly?
On a previous amendment, it could have been. I'm not recalling that.
And then I guess what my concern is too, I have the same concern as Councilman Ayazi. There's some huge changes in here from preserving what we had done when we did the annexation from the county. We had said that we were going to preserve the character of the PUD. And you're taking out the safeguards to the residents out there because we're taking out a lot of SUPs. There's things in here like animated signs you can have, flashing lights. I understand those are allowed with an SUP. There's still the billboards are still prohibited, but there's a lot of uses in here that are allowed uses that before required a special use permit. So I've got a lot of concerns, and this does seem different than a process that we usually follow, that if a developer wants those types of changes, that they would be initiating those changes. This seems outside the scope for a minor text amendment. I mean, is that correct, Claudia? Or?
It's not typical. That's true. We have, the city has sponsored amendments to handbooks in the past. When, like I said earlier, if we change our opinion or our interpretation of a certain section, or there's a change in there that the city would like to see put in to support current policy and other ordinances that we have within the city. Billboards is an example from the past. We've opened up other handbooks to specifically prohibit billboards in
Yeah,
handbooks.
but that was already prohibited in this PUD.
Correct, but it's clarified a little bit more in here, but that was an example. We opened up South Meadows, for example, to clarify that. And that was sponsored by the city to clarify that, and there might have been other changes, I'm not sure.
So was it the city or the developer in this case who wanted to take out the special use permit requirements for the uses like the, or the uses that are prohibited under the current PUD?
In that, there were, the two land use tables did not match even closely. And so there were a lot of them where in one of them it required an SUP, one it was prohibited. And so what we did is we took those two, tried to merge them into one, obviously, so we didn't have conflicts. And where they totally disagreed, we would revert to code and see where it was allowed. And if it was a commercial zoning district within the handbook, we would look at commercial zoning in commercial zoning district and standard zoning to see what we would do in a normal zoning district in that area, and we would bring that in. So we were looking at probably 3 different land use tables to try to merge it into this one, because they were.
But it seems like it leaned one way, that it leaned towards allowing the uses even if they were prohibited or required an SUP.
And it could have done that. Like I said, if it was prohibited in one and allowed in the other, so we have a complete opposite opinion on the 2 land use tables, we went to standard code to see what it was allowed. If it was allowed in standard code, then we would go with that.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like some more information on this. I would like some backup material for what council's initiation was specifically. But also I'd like to know who initiated the changes, whether it came from the city side for the types of uses that are being allowed now, and also I'd like a legal interpretation, I guess, in writing from the city attorney's office that we can legally do this when it specifically says that the developer has to do the request to the PUD. Things just don't seem like they're adding up here. So I'm not going to support this until we get more information.
Well, the other thing is Councilperson Zadra is not here too, and it affects her ward as well. So it probably is a good idea to continue this, Mr. Mayor.
That's fine.
Is that a motion, Mr. Ashep?
Yeah, I'll move to continue this to the next meeting.
I have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F3, Midtown District. Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Proper notice was given. We received one email in favor and one email of concern, and both which you've received. And I have one public comment.
Okay, if you'll bring it to me. Casey Christensen.
Hi, my name is Casey Christensen. I own Soup Restaurant and Creme Cafe, which are both located in the proposed Midtown District. I feel the importance of separating Midtown District from the SV Todd that is now in place is a very important part of, for one, the growth and the continued preservation of the properties, the buildings, the homes, and separating this area out is something different. What's going on in Midtown District has already separated itself out by a lot of the businesses, the people that live in the area that are maintaining their properties. Right now, the way the SV Todd is set, it starts along Virginia Street and goes from from Liberty down to Moana. And I feel like being such a huge transit-oriented development, separating it out and creating the district of Midtown gives us a chance to, for one, enhance our city, enhance what people are seeing as they're driving from the airport to get to downtown, and then allows us also to adopt lower densities that we would like within that area. I know there were some letters that were sent out to homeowners that maybe didn't quite understand what I think a lot of us that are voting or wanting to make Midtown its own district, we want to adopt a lower density within the area rather than I think right now it's 14 dwelling units per acre that are allowed within the SV Todd. So we don't want people to tear down bungalows and build, multi-story complexes. We want to be able to have a little more control within that area as far as how we fix up our streets, things we do as far as creating more character and charm with banners and benches and whatnot. So coming from me, I think it's a really important step, not only for Midtown District, but for Reno as a whole, letting people become involved in what's going on in their town and their area and working together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Chuck? Please
Good
identify
afternoon.
yourself for the record.
Mayor Cashel, Chuck Shaw, Virginia Street Plaza, 555 South Virginia. Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, we are in support of staff's efforts. They have gone out extensively to try to bring forward a diverse constituency. Tough afternoon, I apologize. There's a lot of unique interest here. We have heard from the neighborhood who's looking for the preservation of quite a few unique neighborhood elements. We're also looking towards the Central Business District and the Virginia Street corridor with reasonable concern that going forward, and we appreciate today, no policy is being established. This purely establishes the overlay. We would ask the opportunity to continue to work with staff and that council weigh in its consideration the impact of new projects. As prior speaker eloquently stated, there's a lot of concerns in the neighborhood. There's a lot of concerns for appropriate preservation. From the business community, there are similar concerns. We want to continue the success that we have seen from California, extended down to Virginia. We'd like to see the proliferation of new projects as have recently come forward. We ask in your consideration, and we ask staff in their consideration, that when the policy is created and the implementation is made, that the impact of new projects be weighed against the existing community. So you will not hear the cries of concern from the neighborhoods of great density, abutting single-family densities, to make sure there's appropriate transition. And also from the retailer's perspective for a moment, we have had great success with new retail operations, but that has come at great impact. We have lost parking on the Virginia Street corridor. We have new businesses with no plans for adequate parking. And we're not going to lament what has happened in the past. Our concern is going forward. We don't want to see any existing property owners, existing property rights be compromised. What we would like to see going forward is to ensure, as projects are approved and are considered, that they have an opportunity to sustain themselves and not at the impact of their surrounding neighbors. And really, it's a simple common sense approach. Good, solid development requires consideration of your users and how you're appropriately going to accommodate their needs for their customers, and we ask that those same applications apply in the ordinance when it comes forward to you. Thank you very kindly. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your courtesy a while ago. All right, no other public comment. I'll close it. Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just addressing what Chuck said, that's why we're moving forward with this plan, and I think staff's done a good job. We've separated the business district and apart from the residential side to get to what the speaker's talking about. Similar to what we did on Wells Avenue, but Wells Avenue, we did the plan all at one time. This time, council decided to do the business corridor first. So this is just the first step to help the business corridor deal with, we went forward with the pilot project for parking. This would be the first step to making that happen within the parcels that staff's proposing based on what we heard at the town hall. So, Claudia, just to refresh, this boundary would go from where to where?
Can you zoom in a little bit, Lynette? Once again, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. So this is in the northern portion of the South Virginia Todd corridor, and it's the northern border, which is roughly California Avenue, down to Regency, or the north and south boundaries.
Now, the blue part is that's the part we're focusing on right now with the parcels, correct?
This is just establishing the boundaries within the master plan, and then we'll come back and do the standards through a text amendment.
Okay.
So this will ultimately be the commercial area in the dark, and then the residential in the
So
lighter.
today, we're only moving forward on the actual parcel numbers and the boundaries to establish the district.
Correct. We do
The
that through
actual-
the master plan. The standards are in the code.
Great. So the actual change, if there are any changes in zoning or changes in land use tables, that would come back at a further date?
Yes, that would be the next step.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last night at our Ward 1 NAB, we had a presentation, and it took 45 minutes to an hour because there were quite a few people there who wanted to talk about what is transpiring. They're worried about the district in terms of everything that's been said to this point, residential versus business, and how that's all going to interface. And I think when people left, they had a better understanding. They thought things were going to be approved right away today by us, but this is just the beginning of the process. And what I tried to tell people last night, I'll reiterate here, this is the process in self-determination as to what that area wants. It's been energetic, the synergy of what's happened, the excitement, the ownership of the people that are down there in Midtown, in the description, that geographic description of that area, and the feeling of what Midtown is. Maybe, I don't know if anybody can truly define it, but what Midtown is, it's a commercial residential area that wants to find its own level. And I think this is a great step forward, as we talked about. Councilwoman Safraz and I were at the town hall meeting, and told the people then, we want to hear what you want to do, and we wanted to help guide that, and this is the guidance we're offering now, so that self-determination to help those people succeed and make that another integral part of our community. Interestingly enough, just the other day, Councilman Ayazi, Councilwoman Sharon Zadra, and myself sit on a special events committee, and we were talking about realigning special events and how we're going to go about it. We made the suggestion that time that we may talk to the people, the management at Midtown, or the association at Midtown, and even CalAb, and say, we would like to start some, help you start an event, if it be the case, or some way to help promote your area. So there's again, I'm going on, but there's a great deal of synergy here and excitement about what can happen, and this is a great move forward to get this started.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
I have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F31, resolution.
Resolution number 7738, resolution to amend resolution number 5673 by adopting a change to the land use plan of the Reno Master Plan as approved in case number LDC 12-00033.
Move to adopt.
Have a motion and second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Is Chief Moore still here?
He's left.
Is he outside? If he is, we'll move up on item M2. Right now, we'll go ahead into ordinance. Item G1.
This is ordinance number 6240, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.10, Divisions of Land, Section 18.10.1070, entitled Duration of a Subdivision Extension Agreement, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
I have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, so we don't hold people up, I'm going to move up item M2, and we're going to go to item M2 right now. That's the discussion with Chief Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. You're receiving a map that I will go into detail in a short moment. I've got a PowerPoint that will cover some of the activities that have occurred in the last 30 days with respect to what we've done in June prior to the deconsolidation date, as well as what we are currently doing as a standalone organization. And I'll also cover some events that have occurred in the last 15 days. This is a different format of a PowerPoint, so if I have a glitch, I'm just going to ask for forgiveness because this is a new mutual aid program. Here we go.
What version?
This is actually Prezi.
Huh?
Prezi, Prezi. I'm going to cover what actions we took in June, right before the end of the interlocal agreement. Specifically, the most significant event was that we moved out of Station 14, which is in the south, in the Walmart parking lot, and into Station number 12. Sharon Spangler did an excellent job, and I'd like to show this short 2-minute video.
4 days before the official July 1st deconsolidation of the Reno Fire Department with the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, Reno firefighters working out of a firehouse owned by Washoe County packed up their belongings.
I've got everything in here, yeah. Bedding, extra gear, same in the front, side to side, front to back.
Fire Battalion Chief Jim Spencer worked out of the Tamani Ranch Station for years and has a lot of fond memories. It was a second home for firefighters who lived here during their shifts.
Yesterday we were kind of reminiscing about the pranks that were played and when this station was just the only thing that was out here. You know, there was no Walmart, there was no freeway, it was just all cow pastures and fields. You know, it was Damani property, and it's changed quite a bit.
The Reno Fire Department leased a temporary location for the firefighters on Trademark in an industrial area of South Meadows. The firefighters moved into their new Station 12, which will be a little adjustment. The kitchen and sleeping quarters are smaller, and there's only one bathroom for 4 guys on a shift. But they still have a large activity area and a place for all the important fire gear and apparatus. The station was fully operational, up and running by about 12:30 that afternoon. The city is working with developer Perry DiLoretto to build a permanent fire station in the Damani Ranch area.
One of the other things that we completed in June was that we made all of our dispatch protocol changes to reflect City of Reno responses only, and we are operating on our own frequency, which kind of has cleaned things up quite a bit. We also made all of our browned out stations that have been browned out over the last 12 to 18 months to 24 months. We made them move-in ready, specifically Station 7 on Skyline, Station 19 in Somerset, Station 9 in Stead, and Station number 10 on North Virginia. This is a short video on the opening of the Skyline
Between the
station.
Reno firefighters and the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, firefighters who bid the Skyline Station number 7 reported to work to reopen the station.
On shift just like always at 8 o'clock this morning. The fire truck had been placed here by the equipment shop, was ready to go, so we just did quick inventories, make sure we have all the appropriate gear, and went in service actually at about 10 after 8.
The Reno Fire Department closed the station for about 2 years and browned it out before that because of the downturn in the economy.
The station's in pretty good shape. It'll take us a week to get the station all the way back to completely stored, stocked, get all of the appropriate. Some of the stuff is out of date, so a lot of our manuals and stuff are out of date, and it'll take a little while to get those filled back in with current memos and all the paperwork that goes along with it, but not bad. And again, cleaning, you know, it's one of the things firemen do anyways, just clean. So we'll be doing a lot of that.
The firefighters cleaned the kitchen and other areas of the firehouse. They unpacked stuff that had been put away when the station closed. They checked the apparatus to make sure everything they need is there. The Skyline Station is equipped with an engine and brush truck since it is close to wildland fire areas.
So Station 3 and Station 5 have been covering the closed part of District 7. They changed the districts a little bit, but you're going to see anywhere from 3 to 5 minute difference in response times outside the McCarran Loop, and then anywhere from the same time to 3 or 4 minutes faster as we go down Skyline Boulevard into areas that Station 7 had historically covered.
Within an hour of being open, residents in the area stopped by to welcome the firefighters back to the neighborhood. This family was especially excited. Cohen and his sister got a big treat that morning.
The boy thing, you know.
I didn't know it was open again until today, and I like it being open. It's nice having a nearby fire station.
I don't like that fire.
Especially after this summer, or this winter, with the fire.
The City of Reno garnered a federal SAFER grant to pay the salaries of 64 firefighters for 2 years. So the fire department was able to open all the Reno fire stations, including another station instead north of town. Reno firefighters have 4-man crews, enough personnel and equipment to provide great fire service to Reno residents.
The next portion I'd like to discuss, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Manager, is where we currently are with respect to our department. All stations are open and operational, and they are staffed with a minimum of 4 personnel. We are dispatching on our own frequency, and as of July 1, we've responded to approximately 700-plus calls for service. We've had 6 structure fires, over 630 medical calls, and responded to some form of a motor vehicle accident, whether minor or major. And of course, we had the Pine Haven fire. I'd like to briefly touch on just last week's activity. We had a fire in the downtown area. We were able to deliver 4 engines and 1 truck company. That was a kitchen. It was a duplex. It was a kitchen fire. Crews were able to immediately enter the structure and keep that fire confined to the kitchen area. We had a fire instead. That was a garage, an attached garage, and Engine 9 was first on scene, and they were able to immediately enter the structure and confine that fire from the unburned side to the garage area. The living quarters sustained no damage at all. We had a fire day before yesterday on Terracina Way, which is now in the Station 12's district in the south. Again, this was a two-story residential building. It was 10% involved upon arrival, immediately made entry, and we were able to extinguish the fire and confine the fire to the room of origin and also protect the exposure that was being exposed to fire. I'm going to touch a little bit on the Pine Haven fire because that was a pretty significant event. The call came in, there was law enforcement activity. The call came in at 12:12. Washoe County Sheriff deputies were pursuing a vehicle. Engine 7 was dispatched at 12:14. They arrived approximately 2 minutes later. They arrived at the same time with the battalion chief. At 12:19, 3 minutes later, that call, based on their size up, was upgraded, and we had a total of 3 engines, 7 brush rigs, 2 battalion chiefs within an hour of that response. The Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District also responded with a battalion chief, 3 brush rigs, and 1 engine, and they notified the Verdi volunteers. Once jurisdiction was established, Reno assumed complete command of that fire. Currently, that cost estimate is at $500,000. We will be meeting with the United States Forestry Service to determine a cost share with respect to how that bill is going to be processed. The map that you see before you is actually the area in red. The area that you see right here is the actual burn area. The light gray area is City of Reno Annex property. It's sandwiched, if you will. We've got Truckee Meadows and Sierra jurisdiction to the north, and to the southeast you have Sierra, Truckee Meadows jurisdiction, and everything in green is U.S. Forestry Service. This was a relatively small footprint. It's about 206 acres. The point of origin was this area right here. And if you'll note that this is the Collin Ranch area, this is where the pavement ends. This is all off-road. The individual that we believe allegedly started the fire drove off-road with deputies chasing him and abandoned his vehicle right in this area right here. This is a photograph of the vehicle that we believe started the fire. The initial attack priorities were to flank the fire, and the idea again was to ensure that the fire would not backburn into the Collin area. So assets were placed in the northwest side. Assets were placed on the northeastern portion of the burn area to ensure that this fire wouldn't spread down into the Windy Hill area. We had U.S. Forestry airplanes delivering drops of retardant along this corridor to keep it from burning into the wooded wilderness area, and of course down the forestry. So in essence, within 12 to 14 hours, we had the fire basically boxed in. This is a photograph of one of our Reno brush rigs, and they're actually patrolling the burn area, and they're in the northwest flank. They're in that one area that they were patrolling from about this point here all the way to an area about a quarter of a mile to the northwest to ensure that the fire didn't jump. This is actually pretty well charred and burned, but this is what we were doing for most of the day. This is a video that I took Tuesday morning around 6 a.m. I'm going to pause it right there. That's the very base of Evans Creek Canyon, and this is the area that we had some pretty heavy timber, and this continued to burn for 2 days, and that's where we concentrated primarily a lot of our assets. The area, the perimeter had been secured, and we were working this area pretty hard to make sure that we can get those trees either laid down or extinguished. I'm actually standing about 100 yards into where the Hawkins burn was at the top of Mount Rose when I took this video. So with that, I'd like to talk about where we are in terms of updates to our organization. Reno Fire Department, City of Reno received official notification of our SAFER Grant Award July 9th. It was dated effective June 29th, so there was no impact to our budget with respect to the start of the new year. I'm very, very, very pleased to bring this bit of information to the council pursuant to our strategic planning session that we held several months back, where public safety and a focus on seniors was directed. We applied for a grant that focuses on seniors and youth, and the grant is in the amount of $250,000, $250,000. Specifically, seniors will be trained in CPR, fire-safe behavior in the home, defensible space, and one thing I left out are free smoke detectors that are both audio and visual, so that not only do they make a chirping sound, but they also have a strobe. And we're going to develop a plan to get those installed to our identified seniors that may have that need. The second component to the grant is a continuation of our fire setter intervention program. We have individuals that are identified by law enforcement that have either started fires or have a propensity to start fires. We have a 2-day course where we bring them in, and it's proven very successful. And the last part of that is educational materials that are targeted at elementary school-age children that teach fire-safe behaviors, stop, drop, and roll, those kind of things, the little badges and stickers that the kids seem to really enjoy. And lastly, I'd like to bring the council up to speed on actions that were taken by the county commissioners at yesterday's Board of Fire Commissioners. We hand-delivered a reply to our true-up memo that was delivered about a month and a half ago. The county replied back that we, in fact, the city of Reno owed the county $247,000. We replied back our justification and some documentation verifying how we came to our numbers. The county did not approve the mutual aid request that this council had directed us to submit. They referred it back with some revisions. And lastly, there was a discussion on an auto aid ballot measure, which was voted down. The map that you have before you is a map that shows all of the Reno fire stations in red. The little yellow box has the staffing. That's the number of staffing personnel that's at each station. And the number that's below it is the station number designation. For example, the station in Somerset is station 19. You'll see the red box, and above it you'll see the number 4. That's because it's staffed with 4. Every day we'll be staffed at 68. And that kind of gives you a snapshot of our personnel distribution amongst the city and each station that's opened. And from the Stead area all the way down to the South District, in the Damani Ranch area, which is station number 12. Lastly, I'd like to close with a couple of comments. There's been a lot of discussion with respect to mutual aid, and I know that I have discussed this at length, and I think everybody knows the difference between mutual aid and automatic aid. But I want to reiterate that mutual aid is not a right, it's a privilege that governmental entities extend to each other by agreement. The concept of mutual aid is one that if an event occurs in a jurisdiction and that event exceeds the total capacity of that jurisdiction's capability to mitigate, that would warrant a mutual aid request. Let me say that again. If an event occurs in a jurisdiction and that event exceeds the entire capacity of that organization to mitigate that event, that would warrant a request for a mutual aid call. The determination of a mutual aid request generally starts at what we call the size up. When that officer or that first due-in captain arrives, he looks up and he makes a size up and he says, I can put this fire out with the engines that I have coming. I need 2 more engines. I need 3 more engines. He can look up and say, this plane just fell out of the sky. This is going to exceed our entire municipal fire department's capability to respond, so I'm going to request mutual aid from all of my neighbors, etc. But it starts with the size up, and that's a key component. Terms of any agreement are solely based on the policy direction of the governmental entities to which those parties are in agreement with. There is no standard form that we go to a law library and pull out and say, this is our standard mutual aid agreement that we are going to enter into with everyone. Each one is individually tailored to the needs of the agreeing parties. For example, Story County. We have a mutual aid agreement with Story County. We agree to send them assets if they ask. What we have asked in return is that they send us a bulldozer. And for the Pine Haven fire, they did just that. They sent us a bulldozer in case we needed to, cut some lines in, some fire breaks. We didn't need it, so we released them. And lastly, once that policy level decision is made with respect to the terms of mutual aid and automatic aid by the governing bodies, it's up to us as department heads to ensure that those specifics are followed through and we generate the appropriate agreements. So with that, I believe you have a memorandum from City Legal with respect to the mutual aid agreement that was sent back from the county. This pretty much concludes my presentation. Be more than happy to take any questions that you might have.
If you want, do you want Mr. Moore to come up, or?
Mr. Mayor, that's entirely up to the discretion of you and this council.
Sir? No, I'd like to hear from you.
Sure.
Of what went on yesterday and what they are proposing and stuff, so we can look at this.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Mr. Manager. For the record, I'm Charles Moore, Fire Chief for Truckee Meadows Fire District. Yesterday, the Board of Fire Commissioners asked me to come address you regarding mutual aid. They've made some revisions to the agreement. I think we understand how the city feels about automatic aid, that we not use the mutual aid agreement in a way that it looks like mutual aid, but we use it as an automatic aid agreement. That is not our intent. So we've made some revisions to the agreement that hopefully would address your concerns in that way, and if further refinements need to be made to that, we'd certainly would be agreeable to that. But I wanted to state specifically that just as Chief Hernandez said, that we would call mutual aid if our total resources were exceeded. Two other revisions to the agreement. We have no issue with adding Sierra Fire, which was a condition of your legal counsel to us. We will agree to that. The issue of 3 hours, we've asked if council would consider 12 hours because for no other reason that seems to be the community standard between all of the regional partners that share mutual aid. And then finally, the issue of having a chief officer on the scene before mutual aid is called. That one seems to be impractical from the standpoint that there could be all types of calls where you wouldn't necessarily have a chief officer available. Say dry lightning comes through the area and starts 12 fires all at once. 12 fires all at once may exceed the capability of any fire department, including Reno, including us, including Sparks. So for that reason, we would ask that that be deleted and not a consideration in the agreement.
Okay. Questions right now? Yes, sir.
Chief Hernandez, could you put that map back up? And oh, she's not here to show that. I want to, before we look at mutual aid, I want to know what we're mutually aiding each other, because on this map it shows Station 35 in Verdi. Chief Moore, I was going to ask you the questions from this. Is Station 35 at Verdi going to remain there?
Councilman, no, we have purchased a lot at 4th Avenue, and I'm not sure what exit. So we're going to move it 2 miles to the east. And the reason why we're going to do that is so that we can serve Verdi and our portion of Collin Ranch within an 8-minute response time.
And how many people will be staffed? Well, in 35, how many people do you have there now on a daily basis?
3.
At one time, 3? And then in the Hidden Valley area, it doesn't show anything on this map for Hidden Valley for your district. What are you going to do in Hidden Valley?
We're building a fire station in Hidden Valley next to the truck bay that exists there, and I'm sorry I don't have the address
It's okay.
in my
Just
head.
in
but
that area, that's fine.
It's in that area.
And how many are going to be stationed there?
There'll be 2 there stationed with the rescue.
2 professional or volunteers?
Professional.
So the question that I have is on mutual aid is only if our total resources are exceeded. What happens if there's a house fire at Hidden Valley? You respond with your 2 personnel. Obviously, by the rules, you cannot go inside and fight the fire, correct?
Depends.
On if there's someone inside.
Yes.
Let's say no one's inside. is your first reaction to call someone from Arrow Creek or someone from what would be your response to that if they need help fighting the fire? Who would you call?
In Hidden Valley, I believe our run string, of course, is Hidden Valley first, staffed by, supplemented by 14 at Walmart on Damani Ranch Parkway.
And how many are there at 14?
There's 3.
3.
And then Arrow Creek will also respond.
And how many are there?
There's 3 there.
Okay.
We'll get a battalion chief, division chief, or me, so 2 chiefs will be responding.
So before you ask for help from Reno, which is half a mile away, you're going to call from Station 14 and Station 36?
On the initial dispatch, yes. Yes, and they'll arrive and we'll start combating the fire.
So you won't be able to go inside and fight that fire at all? Because what I'm getting to is, I think on your very first fire in Hidden Valley, your total resources have been exceeded.
Well, I guess there's 2 ways you could define that: total resources of the entire department, or total resources of the initial response.
That's sort of what I'm getting to.
Our intent is that if the total resources of the department are exceeded, we would call mutual aid.
So you wouldn't call it if just the total resources of that call are exceeded? Because I can't see you getting 4 people on that fire within 30 minutes.
I disagree. Respectfully disagree.
Well,
I think
what's
we
the run time from Station 14 to Hidden Valley?
Not in my head, but it's probably around 12 minutes.
So after the 2 people go there, because they're not going to get called until, will they get called right away when there's a house fire in Hidden Valley?
Yes.
Right away. 14's going.
36 is going, 14 is going, 37 is going.
Okay? You sort of, so all of them are going with one house fire in Hidden Valley. Who's covering Arrow Creek?
We'll slide down Station 39 at Joy Lake to cover Arrow Creek
Right at the same time.
at the same time.
Have you had many calls in the 11 days where you've brought down people from Incline Village?
Us, no.
You've never had any
except-
engines coming from Incline Village?
With the exception of the Palomino Valley fire, I believe we had a breast engine from North Lake Tahoe respond to that.
And the same thing I would assume would happen at Collin Ranch. You can't go in and fight a fire, a house fire. You'd have to call from Arrow Creek. You'd have to call from who else to fight a fire in Collin Ranch?
Collin Ranch is Station 35, Station 14, Station 36, and
So the same
our
people would be
volunteer
going there.
resources.
So how many fires would there have to be before you have no resources whatsoever anymore? Looks like 2 to me. Hidden Valley and Collin Ranch.
Well, we still have our resources on the north side, so, I guess this is, you don't totally contemplate every move on the chess piece when you have a mutual aid request. So I might have 2 simultaneous fires in the south. I might have one in the south and one in the north,
So how many fires can you fight at one time?
probably 2.
And have you had more than 2 fires yet in 11 days?
Well, we've had about 18 brush fires so far, and we've handled them all ourselves. Although Chief Hernandez did offer his help on Ironwood, which we didn't need. So thanks, Chief, by the way.
And you stated that it's unworkable having someone on the scene first.
No.
That's what the quote in the paper says, this will not work.
Well, I didn't write the story,
I
Councilman.
know, that's why I'm asking you, because we all face the same thing.
It's impractical to have a chief officer at 2 simultaneous fires.
So how would it work then? You understand that we don't want this to turn into automatic aid. Would it not turn into automatic aid? Because it seems to me, I'm just being blunt, you guys don't have the resources to cover the fires you have. You cannot fight a house fire. In fact, you just told me that it would take you more than 12 minutes to be able to go in and fight a house fire at Hidden Valley. How long does it take a house fire to spread to engulf the whole house?
Every fire is different.
What's an average?
Flashover might occur between, say, around 10 minutes or so.
So the flashover
On
has
average.
normally occurred before you guys could even fight the fire. So what I'm trying to get to is, where's the mutual aid here? It's going to have to be, for us to live here and be sitting up here and being able to help and being only a small amount away, and you don't call us because it's not you that did it, I understand that. But how is it mutual when, what resources can you give on the other side? I mean, because you can't, you could make the case, if we have a fire over there by Hidden Valley and say, we need your help, you could say, I don't have any resources because my area would be open. So you don't have any resources to help us. I honestly, I understand that. What resources do you have to provide us on the other side?
Well, it depends on what kind of situation you have to call us. It may be a high-rise fire, in which case...
Any fire.
I don't know.
I'm talking about any fire.
What resources do we have to help you?
Yes.
Well, we have 107 full-time firefighters plus 120 volunteer firefighters.
How many are on staff at any one time?
A third of that, of the career.
So 30.
30 to 33.
I think you know what I'm getting to. I just don't believe that you guys have the resources, because if I was in charge of that fire department, I wouldn't let my people go from Hidden Valley, the 2 people there, to go backfill Reno or help Reno out, because then it leaves a whole chunk of I don't have the resources, because that's also a legitimate call to say this is why we can't help you, because we don't have the resources. We can't say, geez, you've got 35 people, send us some. You have to make the call and say, we don't have the people in that area to help you because we'll leave our place blank. You don't have any capabilities to backfill, do you?
Sure we do. We have backfill from volunteers, and we call our off-duty staff to backfill. Or we'll call our mutual aid partners of North Lake Tahoe, Carson City on the south, Sparks, as well as the tribe resources.
Have you been on status 0 at all yet?
No.
Not,
if I understand what that is.
11.
So let me just see if I can articulate what we did on the Ironwood fire, because that was an all-hands-on-deck fire for us. We had, as Chief Hernandez said, we had approximately 6 resources at the Pine Haven fire. And I was standing right next to Chief Hernandez when we got the tones for Ironwood. So Chief Hernandez told me, yes, we'll release your resources. They started down the hill. We were also responding everything else that we had towards that way. We called for backfill. We mobilized our volunteer stations, and they got in service pretty quick. And obviously when we got to the scene of Ironwood, that 600 acres is more than just about any fire department could handle, including Pine Haven for the city of Reno. So handling a 640-acre fire, I would argue, is beyond our capability. We called mutual aid from our partners in Story County, North Lyon, Central Lyon. We called for help with North Lake Tahoe, Carson City, NDF, BLM, and everybody came to help. We didn't call Reno simply because you're busy with your own fire. And so it was intuitive not to call the city of Reno for mutual aid because you're busy with your own major call. So that is an example, as clear as I can in real time in a real case, where we would call mutual aid. 640 acres, something large like that, is when we need help.
I understand that's a sexy thing for people to talk about, the big fires. And I know that the big fires, everyone will come running. My concern is the small fires. You get one fire in Hidden Valley, you cannot fight another fire over there, and you can't even get resources there within 12 minutes. And you think you have enough resources to help us when we have a fire, or that we should. I just don't understand why this is a one-way proposition, and why you can't have, if those people can get there, why wouldn't we wait for them to be on scene and say, we need some help? We can get there closer than 12 minutes.
Well, then perhaps we add additional clarification to the contract that says our resources have to be exhausted. I'm fine with that.
Well, you've told me already there's 2 definitions of resources. What definition would you use? Your total resource of you can wait and call people from Incline Village, or your resources in that general area?
You know, I think it depends on the fire. I mean, when I see a fire that exceeds my capability to respond to that and control it.
Perfect. You just answered my question. When you see a fire, that's all we're asking. When you see the fire, you make the call.
Well,
not just because you think it might be out of your control, and right at dispatch you call and say, we know we can't get to this. Or when there's a fire in Hidden Valley, it's automatically Reno should go there, because you cannot fight a house fire in Hidden Valley within 12 minutes.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, but let's use the example of the air race crash. Do I have to see that there's 70 people lying on the ground?
I don't think
before
I need
call
to
that?
see the bigger examples when everyone did work well together. It's the smaller ones that are going to hurt people, in my opinion. It's, you have someone with a heart attack down, you can't fight the fire if it comes in next. It's not just fire, it's medical too. So you have your 2 people off on any medical call in Collin Ranch or in Hidden Valley. You have no resources to fight a fire. So your depth of resources, and this is where you guys just refuse to tell the public, you have none.
I respectfully disagree. Our
Then,
depth of
then how would you fight a fire within 12 minutes in Hidden Valley? Can you go into the house and fight the fire if there's no one at home?
I understood your question, Councilman.
And what's
is
the answer? Yes or no?
What is the depth of resource? The depth of resource is the question that he asked me. So respectfully, may I answer that?
You may.
Our depth of resources are in off-duty people and in volunteers, which we mobilize.
And what's the time frame for them to get there?
It depends.
So one of my original questions, house fire in Hidden Valley, no one's home. How long can you go until you can go inside and fight that fire?
On the arrival of the second unit, which is going to be about 10 to 12 minutes.
And what according to your own studies, that wasn't the Diamante study, it was I don't think it was the Diamante study. What did the county adopt as to an appropriate response in that area? Wasn't it 8-minute response time?
I believe so.
So you're not meeting your own response times in that area. And the same would occur at Collin Ranch, correct?
We are going to meet that response time. We'll be there within 8 minutes.
In
So
Hidden
that is
Valley
the
and in
standard
Collin Ranch?
to arrive at 8 minutes.
Okay.
When we move the station. We can't do it from Verdi.
No, but you can only arrive with 3 people. You still cannot go inside the building. That's
Yes.
what I mean. You cannot go inside the building.
In certain cases, we can, Councilman.
Most cases.
In some cases. If we know that somebody needs rescue, we're allowed to enter, and we will.
Right. That's the only time, and if that happens. And quite honestly, our police department usually rescues the people before the fire department arrives.
Arguably, I know that it's also possible to fight fires from the outside, which is going to be our strategy. Good,
Okay.
bad, or indifferent.
I just want the public to know that.
That's fine.
Because I think that the county, and you to a certain extent in your statements, have been telling them that you guys have the largest firefighting staff on the West Coast or something. And it's blatantly false, and you guys cannot fight a fire in a legitimate way. Just by saying one person can show up, you can fight a fire as equally as 4 people showing up is just not true. And you guys have been leading the public on this thing and then saying that we're the ones who have to give you mutual aid, when in all reality, we're the ones that are going to have to protect you. And I don't mind doing it. I just like you guys to say it's true.
Yeah, Chief,
Mr. President.
would we have the ability, I mean, have you tapped into overtime yet with your department since it's been set up? I realize it's been 10 days, 11 days now.
Yes.
So how's that overtime running within your department right now?
Overtime for callback?
Yeah, just overtime in general, both pieces, callback and regular overtime.
It's nominal. I mean, we've forecast using overtime for callback when we have a large fire, when we've had 2. So we called back on Pine Haven. We maintain that overtime staffing for Ironwood. And that's probably been the extent of calling back resources, I think, those 2 fires.
Okay. And then I guess my second question, and it goes back to a little bit of Councilman Ayazi. I think part of the challenge for us is we haven't been able to discuss and debate these issues with the county commission. And the idea of mutual aid with the commissioners, Mr. Mayor, and I think that we can come to some kind of agreement if we can get that joint meeting with the commissioners. I mean, is that something you can take back to them? Because I think this does need to be explained, Hidden Valley in particular and the Collin Ranch, those 12-minute response times and how that would work. And I think that definition, as Chief Hernandez stated in his opening, of exhausting the resources and who makes that determination and what definition's used regarding those resources, I think needs to be discussed, and we need to, frankly, Mr. Mayor, have that discussion with the county commissioners. I think that's why this battle has been going on for over a year now. We're having these discussions in the newspaper and the media, and we haven't been able to have, you know, one of the most important discussions with our colleagues over at the county commission, and I think that's got to happen. Chief, we extended the current mutual aid until what date?
For the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, Madam Safraz, I believe the current existing agreement that we have is effective through today. If was not, I'm going from memory, but maybe legal can help me here.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Council directed that if the two boards that you sent the offer over to did not accept the mutual aid agreement that this council offered to them, that the city manager would get notice, the 30-day notice of termination today. Under your M2 item, you do have the flexibility to change that direction. Under the M2 item, you don't have flexibility to approve a mutual aid agreement, just for your information. That would require a resolution of City Council as well and more formal process.
So technically, our last motion we would send the notice over in 30 days and we would be done with the mutual aid.
That was the direction you provided previously. That is correct.
I mean, what I'd like to do, Mr. Mayor, is give it one last shot and see if we can get the commission to meet with us, have this discussion about the mutual aid before we just send that notice over. I think that we've got, I mean, we had a joint meeting, when was it, yesterday, on the senior services. I think we've got to have that same discussion regarding public safety in our community. So I'd be willing to allow an extension, but I would like to have that agreement, Chief Moore, that we have a joint meeting with the county as soon as possible.
All right. Mr. Guston?
Understanding that the mutual aid is, we have put a deadline on it for today and sending a letter that it would no longer be available after 30 days. But Chief, isn't there another mechanism? I know when we had the meeting yesterday, I guess it was, over at the county, I did talk to one commissioner who said, we really don't need an agreement. We could still provide aid for one another. So there's another avenue in which we could go down that would still provide aid and would not require us to have a formal written agreement. Could you explain what that is?
Yes, sir. Again, for the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. We are members of the Nevada Fire Chiefs Master Mutual Aid Agreement through the state, and that's managed through the State Division of Emergency Management. So should we not come to terms with respect to an agreeable mutual aid agreement after 31 days, either party, whether it's us or the county or anyone for that matter, can make a request through the Department of Emergency Management, and they would contact neighboring jurisdictions to send help. It adds anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes to a request, because you have to physically pick up the phone and call the DEM office at staff 24 hours a day and say, this is the city of Reno, I need help with respect to a large incident that I'm having.
So, Mr. Mayor, even though that is far from being ideal, it is after 30 days or 31 days, it is a fallback position, and for people involved in these communities don't have to be worried that there wouldn't be fire personnel and trucks showing up. It's less than ideal, but if we can't come to an agreement, that could be implemented. We've tried for over a year. I would certainly, you never say never. If we can have a meeting where we can iron these things out, that's fine. Otherwise, I think we'd have to go to that fallback position.
Okay. Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Chief, the three items that they've identified in the memo that I got, those are the only three that they made changes to out of what we sent?
Those are the three that this council had specifically directed that we include: the 12-hour change to 3 hours, the signature line to include Sierra Fire Protection District, and that we ask that a command officer be on scene to make the size up to make the determination whether or not the need for mutual aid. And those are the things that came back.
And then on the require Sierra Fire Protection District to sign, is that
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We obtained information as to the creation of, not the creation, but the interlocal agreement between Sierra Fire and Truckee Meadows, and it's basically a similar agreement to what the City of Reno did with Truckee Meadows. It's an interlocal agreement providing services. What that agreement did not have was a clause that said Sierra Fire does not exist as an authority or as a board. So we felt it was important because we believe legally the authority rested with Sierra Fire to do the interlocal agreement, because the interlocal agreement chapter under 277 gives the agency itself the authority to do the contract.
And Chief Moore, I mean, to me that one seems like an easy fix. I mean, I don't see what the issue is with that one.
It's not worth dying on the hill for, no, we'll agree to that.
Okay. And then, Chief, on the 12 hours to 3 hours, and I apologize because I wasn't here at the last meeting when a lot of this stuff was discussed.
Yes, sir.
But on the 12 hours to the 3 hours, what does that mean to us?
What it means to us is that if the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District calls us and they exceed a 3-hour threshold time limit, we have the ability to bill back to the time of the alarm. And likewise, if we were to go help them and we exceed 3 hours, they have the ability to bill us. We just reduced that down, and I think that was in an effort to maybe curtail the amount of times that we would be called.
And all of our other agreements are 12?
Correct.
And we just changed it to 3 for them?
Correct. And with one exception, with our state and federal partners, it is 24 hours.
Okay.
And that's a mutually beneficial clause with that.
And then I was just trying to get my arms around all 3 of these. And then on the career officer at the requesting agency, I understand that you want someone there to assess the situation prior to them calling us,
I don't want
so
to
that it doesn't become an automatic aid agreement.
Correct. I don't want to be chasing dirt devils.
Is there some language that we can cover that addresses what Chief Moore was saying? Like he was talking about an extreme situation. At least that's the way I understood it. Chief Moore was extreme situations where we have, he said a lightning strikes come through and they're not able to get out to all different locations. Or maybe we have a large event again where we might need to be called to a different location or something like that. I mean, is there some language that we could add that would take care of that? Because and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I can understand that situation.
The short answer is yes. We can certainly work on language that would pretty much cement the issue of you've exhausted completely your assets and you need our help.
Okay. I mean, to me, because those don't seem like major fixes to me. And I might surprise some people here, because I've been pretty adamant that when we were looking at our services that we would get reimbursed for whatever we were doing. But in the same token, I mean, the feds came in and bailed us out. I mean, really. I mean, they came in, they gave us the money to staff up our resources, and I mean, I look at it and I think we're real close on this. I don't think we're that far off. And I would almost be willing to go with a 6-month agreement and see how it works. And if there are issues financially to us at the end of that 6 months, let's address those. But I mean, I think we're close enough to where I think we can start moving forward on this. And at the end of the day, Chief, too, I think we're going to have to address the Hidden Valley and the Collin Ranch areas, too, because I'll tell you right now, I don't want to get the call that a couple houses burnt down because we didn't respond and because we weren't there and we were 5 minutes away. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the feds did. They came in and helped us out, and from my opinion, I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on the City of Reno taxpayers if we step up now and say we've got to help cover some of these areas and try it for 6 months.
Well, we can look at that. Mr. Ashef.
Yeah, do we have the same rights under the state mutual aid agreement? Yeah,
With
you mentioned
respect to-
24 hours, but I mean, the agency, the county, or whoever makes the requesting agency says, I need mutual aid. The responding agency, let's say it's us, always has the right to say, we don't want to go because you have the ability to fight that fire.
That's correct. Each entity, the requester that makes the request is basically at the mercy of the person that they're asking help from. To use the example that Chief Moore, if we have a lightning strike that we've got multiple starts and we get the call, we can say no. We've got all of our assets tied up mitigating emergencies within the city of Reno.
So if
We
the
reserve that right.
If the state makes the call to us, we have the right to say.
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
All right. And then, to Dwight's point, we have if it's, let's say for whatever reasons, it's inequitable, we have 30-day notice, right? We can get out of the agreement in 30 days.
That language remained in the mutual aid where either party can terminate within 30 days' notice. That's correct.
Yeah, and I would agree that we withhold the 30-day termination notice. I also agree we should try to have a joint meeting. But I think in the meantime, we need to tweak this agreement. So just when I was listening to Chief Hernandez, I mean, you could say request due to an incident that completely exceeds and exhausts the entire capacity and resources of the requesting agency. I mean, that to me gives you kind of a bright line test as to when you fall within the definition of mutual aid. Because right now, all it says is exceeds the regular resources. And as I understood your offer, Chief, we can tweak the language and send it back to the county and then come to some type of an agreement. Because frankly, I'd like to get to yes on this too and have the ability to respond when we need to respond.
I think we can certainly work on that.
And we always make the final determination too, so that would be my suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Well, Chief Moore, what kind of responses are you doing out in Verdi? Mostly over to Boomtown?
Well, no, we would only respond to our portion of Verdi that's in our jurisdiction.
But right now, you respond medically over to Boomtown and Gold Ranch.
Well, effectively July 1, no, because Boomtown is in the city of Reno.
Now. Right, and that's covered by Station 11, right?
Both Station 11 and Station 19.
Right.
We did have a call, actually, we had a call, if I'm not mistaken, it was at the Verdi Fire Station. The Verdi crew was out, and Station 19 out of Somerset responded to that call.
Okay.
So.
Well,
just so you know, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but just so you know, the response into the Verdi area is well within our standard of performance. Right. We do get there within well under 8 minutes. It's right at 6 minutes or so.
Right. Well, I do not want to, I want to see if we can have a meeting with the county commissioners. We have another meeting next Wednesday. We could postpone any action on this till next Wednesday. I would like to have the two chiefs and one or two, we could all do it as a council or have one or two council meet with one or two of their people and see what we could hash out and have the lawyers included so we do it right. But I do not want the city manager to cancel the 30-day notice at this point. They have a meeting on the 16th, I think it is, and we have one on the 13th, is it? Yeah, next.
Mr. Mayor, maybe they'd be willing to meet with us before our council meeting on the 18th, or we can open up as a joint meeting with the commission on this, because I think we can get there, I do.
Oh, I do too. There's just some pine here that needs to be picked out, and we just need to work on it. And,
well, Mr. Mayor, the county, as I understand it, with respect to senior services, they didn't make the final decision and decided to postpone the decision until I think they had set a special meeting for 8:30 on Monday, the 16th.
16th, you're right. That's it.
Maybe that would be an opportunity if the county be willing to add this to that meeting, so we could. Would they have to post today?
Legal counsel?
Yeah.
Turn on your mic.
I don't believe, Councilman Hashup, they could put it on because they would have had to been posted this morning because Monday, you'd have to have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to meet the three-day open meeting laws. So I believe you can't.
They couldn't make an amendment?
No.
Okay.
You can't. It might violate the open meeting law.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think in the meantime, we should propose some language back to the county. I mean, in the meantime, to true up and this definition of mutual aid. I don't think that would hurt.
No, I don't think it would either. So, Mr. Hashef, would you, I'm going to put you under the bus. Mr. Hashef, would you work with
well, again, I'll just read it again, and then I'll rip this page out and then give it to the city attorney. But I think it just firms up what the definition is. which means it has to completely exceed and exhaust the entire capacity and resources of the requesting agency. And the footnote to that, that applies to us too.
That's
correct.
It goes both ways. It's just not one way with respect to the county.
And right now, under our mutual aid, you are still covering Boomtown, right? We do cover it, or you're not covering it? I mean, we're covering it, but I mean,
Mayor, I believe the way we're operating is, as I've told Chief Hernandez, we'll respect jurisdictional boundaries. So unless the chief calls me to help, we're not responding, but
okay.
we'll respond anytime.
Well, I thought
he
we had a
calls.
mutual aid continued until today.
If you'd like us to, we'll certainly cover it.
No, I mean, I'm just asking the question because I thought it was mutual aid today and give 30 days notice, which means mutual aid goes for another 31 days or 30 days.
Mr. Mayor, Mike Hernandez, Fire Chief. The terms of the mutual aid agreement are specifically when an entity has exhausted
Okay.
their capacities.
Okay.
We are capable of handling calls to
Oh, yeah.
Boomtown, and as such, we are responding primarily within the city of Reno, in fact, exclusively within the city of Reno, and the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District is responding exclusively to the Truckee Meadows
Okay,
Sierra
so
Fire
we call
Protection
for it
District.
then. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. On Council Member Hascheff's idea, when you say exhaust all available resources, how do you determine the difference if you're just looking for a medical resource or you're looking for a fire suppression resource? So those kind of legal discussions we will have to look through. So I just wanted to let you know that the idea is very good, but there's some nuances here we may have to clarify in the language.
That'd be fine. I mean, whatever the city attorney wants to recommend, I'm just trying to get us to a point where we can send something back to the county. As I understand, and I might be wrong, I mean, we would have to then accept the county's changes. They're going back to 12, and they've eliminated the on-scene requirement. So other than that, we're just tweaking the definition of mutual aid.
Well,
I don't think we're completely eliminating the on-scene requirement.
Again, for the record, Mike Hernandez, Fire Chief, I would be cautious with the requirement to have the on-scene language removed.
Okay.
We need, again, we're going to be chasing dust devils all over town. Consequently, I would like to see language in there that specifically has an officer do a size-up. That's typically the standard practice throughout the United States, where that first arriving officer or the chief officer makes the determination whether or not the event exceeds that capacity of that entity. So I would like to leave that
Now,
language in
Chief,
there.
help me a little bit. If a truck, say Hidden Valley, and the two-man truck shows up and they need it, can they call for it then? Can't they make that decision?
Under the terms that
That's, go ahead.
Not if they haven't exhausted their other resources.
No, I'm just saying, though, to have a professional, or is it a
to make a
officer or a
determination?
professional person are we asking for that shows up?
Yeah, if they had a structure fire, I'm going to assume that they had a structure fire in Hidden Valley and the first two-person crew rolls up, I think they would be hard-pressed to call for mutual aid under the terms that we are currently discussing. Because, again, mutual aid is the exhaustion of the entire municipal entity's capabilities to respond to that. In Hidden Valley, he's got an engine responding from Station 14 as well as Arrow Creek. Granted, they've got an extensive timeline to get there, but that's the nature of the system that's been developed.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that was my concern, because I think they're not going to always exhaust all of their resources, but in that area they will have.
Yeah.
And I don't mind responding. I just didn't want it to be automatic, basically turned into automatic. If that two-person crew gets to Hidden Valley, sees a fire, says they can't handle it, we should send people.
Right.
So it shouldn't just be of the whole district. It should be just right there, in my opinion. Because there will be houses burnt down. There's just no way that they can fight that fire.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, again, for the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief, this is going to be a question to legal, but I believe we could generate a mutual aid agreement that has an annex to it, and that annex would be specific to Hidden Valley and Collin Ranch, to those specific areas where if there is an incident, we agree to send a single engine response in conjunction, so that it's not an automatic aid agreement, a blanket automatic aid agreement. And again, I'm going to defer to legal whether or not we can attach an annex to a mutual aid contract. So.
Tracy Chase, City Reno. Under the interlocal agreement, chapter is an interlocal agreement. You can share resources. You can do all of those types of actions that that chapter allows you legally to do. So yes, you could have hybrid agreements. You don't have to necessarily have only mutual aid or separate all automatic aid agreements. Of course, when you have separate functions in the agreement, drafting is the key to make sure that you really define how the response and what the terms and conditions are.
Yeah, and I think the bigger issue there too is that Hidden Valley Station gets called to a fire, and then you have a heart attack.
Right.
You know, and you've got your resources deployed to the heart attack, and we've got a fire station. You know,
They're fully covered. Just read the paper. They're fully covered. Don't worry about it.
I mean that's the bigger issue. I mean, then someone dies.
Yeah, well, that's always been the concern.
That's right.
Right? So that's why we're having this discussion and trying to get to yes and to an agreement.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything wrong with legal counsel with me requesting a meeting with the county commissioners for Monday or something and visiting with them?
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. For County Commission to meet with you as a body, they would have to schedule a public meeting.
No, I mean, say they send 2 of their people and would take 2 or 3 of our people and sit down and take the fire chief and, what'd you say?
That hasn't worked out too well for us, Mr. Mayor. I think
No,
we
we
just...
did it, but they turned it down. That's
Yeah,
right.
I think we just have to have this joint public meeting, and I think just get, I mean, the way I look at it is we're going to be providing the mutual aid, and they can't respond. I mean, I think we all know that. That's on the record. I agree with Dave. I mean, it's those small fires. We're not talking about the large one, but we know that the county cannot do it. So it's whether we're going to be a Reno neighbor or not. I agree with what Councilman George says, and we've had this debate now for a long time. The writing's on the wall. I mean, we're either going to respond or we're not, but I don't believe the county has that capacity. But I do think we need to talk about these issues in a joint meeting.
Are you putting a parameter on when that meeting should occur?
Yeah, I mean, we should just ask them in the next couple weeks for them to meet with us and to hammer out an agreement.
Well, I agree with that, but I'd sure like to see some specificity on when we're talking about. I mean, I don't care what day it is, but I would say 14 days or 16 days.
I'll meet anytime, anywhere they want, Mr. Mayor. I think that should be our invitation as a council, whether it's a Saturday, a special meeting, whatever. I mean, we're on deadlines here. Let's just get it done.
Well, what you could do is ask them at their next regular scheduled county commission meeting to allot an hour or so
That's a
for
good
a
idea.
joint meeting. You know, I think what time that they meet at noon, right?
I believe
Is
they
it
start
noon?
their meetings at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
as the county commission, and then they convene at 11 as the Board of Fire Commissioners for each respective fire agency.
Because then you wouldn't have a scheduling problem because they're all there anyway.
When's the next meeting, Chief Moore, so we can, the county?
Charlie Moore, Truckee Meadows Fire Chief. The next Truckee Meadows Fire District meeting is July 24th.
What's this meeting on the 16th? Could they add something to that 16th meeting?
No, remember, it's
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
Tracy
that's right.
Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We're past the 16th deadline, but if the county agreed today, basically, to come to our meeting on the 18th, you could add a joint meeting at that time.
We could have a
I'd say
joint
the
meeting at 10
18th
o'clock on
or
the
the-
18th.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that. See if
The-
they'll come here.
The 18th or
Jo-
the
joint
24th?
10 o'clock on the 18th.
18th or 24th, fine.
Either one.
We'll make that request.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, since this council had given specific direction to, for the manager to provide that notice, if you would, as part of the motion, include that you're holding off on that direction until a later meeting.
Yeah, we haven't made a motion to send the cancellation.
If we don't make a motion, it gets
Yeah.
sent.
Right, we
Yeah,
did
you
last-
made
That's
that
right.
direction previously
That's
in the
right.
record.
Yeah, and I think if we should hold off on that because we're trying to be a good neighbor and have the joint meeting and come to some kind of resolution.
Mr. Guston, you had something? Well, personally, I don't think we should send a cancellation notice. we should ask for the meeting when they're having their meeting, and we'll be glad to come over, and we can have the chiefs there, we can have everybody there, and we can hire that sucker out.
I'm okay
Mr.
with that. That was my
Asheff, why don't-
position. That was my position last time we talked about this.
Right.
Is not to terminate the agreement. So,
Mr. Asheff, how about giving me a motion along those lines?
well, as I understand it, the motion's got to include that we're not going to send the termination notice.
Right.
We're also going to direct staff to see if the county can meet with us at our next council meeting, which is on the 18th at 10 a.m. Or the 24th. I won't be able to be at the 24th, it looks like, but hopefully we can get this done by the 18th, because I agree sooner is better.
Yeah,
And then we would direct the city attorney's office to tweak the definition of mutual aid, so we've got something at least to send back to the county. It doesn't have to be my language, it can be whatever. I mean, the concept would be that they have to exhaust all of their resources before they fit the definition of mutual aid, and then to the chief's point, staff can work on addendum if we want to use a different standard for Hidden Valley and for Collin. Right, Dave?
Well, it could, yeah, that'd be fine.
I mean, if that's what everybody else is concerned, I mean, that doesn't have to be part of the motion, but if you want a different standard, then I think the chief's right. You have to do a specific addendum to the mutual aid agreement.
I think we include everything in your motion there so that we can do whatever we need to do when we get together.
Right.
Ms. Fraser?
Yeah, just, Mr. Mayor, I'd be more than happy to meet on the 24th, but we do have a housing authority meeting that I have to be present for. We have some board action items, and I think we just barely going to meet the quorum requirement, and that's at noon, so usually it takes about an hour or so, but I don't want that to hold up anything, but I'd be happy to meet on the 24th after 1 or before noon.
Well, I've got a motion on the floor. Let me have a second.
Yeah, and before we vote on motion, I know I've set these two dates, the 18th and the 24th, but if there's another date that's proposed, then I want to give staff the flexibility to deal with that date and then get back to council members, because I don't want to have us not have a meeting because those two dates don't work for whatever reason.
Afternoon, Mr. Mayor. If I may, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager. While you've been having this discussion, I have been communicating with one of my colleagues at Washoe County, and he has let me know that they have initiated contact with the Board of County Commissioners or Board of Fire Commissioners to check with their availability, and they'll get back to us as soon as possible.
Okay. At the way we're moving right now, they should be able to get back to us.
So that would be the only change in my motion, Mr. Mayor, on the dates.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief, for coming over and being with us. Welcome to the pit.
Council, thank you very much.
Welcome to Nevada, sir. Thank you. Okay. All right, item G1.
Mr. Mayor, you
We
did
did one.
G1 already.
We've
We're on
already done that
G2,
one.
and G2 is the acceptance of the business impact statement, followed by the reading of the ordinance.
Item G2 then.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Eric Simonson, Building and Safety Manager. The proposed ordinance in front of you today is a request to amend Title 14 of the Reno Municipal Code and allow the adoption of the 2009 International Energy Conservation Code. There'll be no increase in staff time nor increase in fees to our customers required with this adoption. Furthermore, this adoption will put us in compliance with the state mandate for adoption and enforcement of the 2009 IECC by local governments. And with that, we can go into this further. You all have the staff report if you'd like discussion or
Any
questions.
questions?
None for me.
Any motions?
Mr. Ashworth, this is G2, so you'd have to, the acceptance of the
Yeah, I'll
staff
move to accept
recommendation
the
of
staff
the,
report.
well, acceptance, I think I would make it the acceptance of the business impact statement and finding the adoption of the ordinance to amend as set forth in G2. So that I think we've covered everything.
Yeah, that's the motion that I would make.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item G3. I'm sorry, 2-1, yes, an ordinance.
One is ordinance number 6241, an ordinance to amend Title 14 Building and Construction, Chapter 14.04, Building and Housing Code, Section 14.04110, International Energy Conservation Code by deleting the 2006 International Energy Conservation Code and by adding
G6.
new sections pertaining to the 2009 editions of the International Energy Conservation Code with appendices and amendments together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item G3.
Which is ordinance number 6242, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code Title 5 Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises, Chapter 5 Licenses generally by amending Section 5.05.005 through 5.05.016, specifically Section 5.05.006, conformance with business license provisions, Section 5.05.007, approvable revocable privilege, Section 5.05.008, general requirements, Section 5.05.009, post office box address unacceptable, Section 5.05.011, work cards, Section 5.05.012, work cards to be in possession, Section 5.05.013, change of information, applicant responsibilities, Section 5.05.014, surety or undertaking required, Section 5.05.016, false complaints and other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. G4.
Which is ordinance number 6243, an ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code Title 6 entitled Vehicles and Traffic by adding Chapter 6.17 golf carts to establish regulations for the operation of golf carts within city streets or city right-of-way in accordance with Nevada revised statutes, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We did have a 2:30 time certain for item J6, so we'll move to item J6. Moana Flatfields Development Agreement.
Move to approve.
You know what, Mr. Mayor, I probably should have said this when we did J5 to continue, and I want to refer you to page 482 in the staff report, item number 6. It talks about completion of the execution of the agreement expiring August 21, 2012 on J5. So that means that if we go ahead and approve this now, it won't give the swimming pool people time to do what they need to do. What I think we should do is, I should have brought this up when we did the J5, is I would like not to slow this process, obviously, because you got off and flying, but I'd like to move this to next week, like continue this along with like we continue J5 to next week, because there's certain, and if you read that paragraph, it says this action shall not impede the construction of the multi-use turf flat fields on the project site. Optioner will cooperate to permit the optionee's due diligence to be accomplished. And I'm not sure if before they do, the swimming pool people do their due diligence, how it affects the fields. I could be in error on that, but I think if we do them both at the same time, we have a better chance.
Well, we had a meeting with them, Dan, before, and we said, if they told us they had a grant to do some drilling and stuff out there,
Okay.
that we would give them until August 22nd, the
Yeah,
city
that's what-
council's meeting. And we picked it to the August 22nd, so if they needed more time, then the council could give them more time. We wanted to give them a deadline of when they could move forward with doing their drilling that wouldn't impede with the flat fields being built. We also don't want it to happen the other way, is they take their, because we're on a tight time frame too. We even looked about the latest we could put the grass in was
End of September.
end of September.
Right, I
But
remember that conversation.
But that's the issue, is they've got to really start doing their grading work and everything in the end of August.
Yeah, but I mean, the city manager brought this up to me, is that if it, because of the language in the aquatics agreement, that these guys really can't start their work until August anyway, because the aquatics guys have got to get in there and do their assessment of the site. So And I think just having the conversation with both items next week might be better. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to put it off a week. I mean, there's nothing they can be, I mean, you're doing demo right now anyway.
Yeah, I think this gives them the opportunity, I guess, Richard, I'd like to hear from Richard on this, because this agreement gives them the authorization to move forward to start collecting bids on the other portion. I mean, we're on a tight timeline to get those flat builds done.
Well, but I understand, but I mean, the concern is the aquatics guys go in and do their assessment and there's changes. Those changes are going to have to be implemented into their bids. That's
why
the
would that
issue.
change the flat fields bids?
Yeah. Why would that change?
Mr. Mayor, I mean,
Mr. Mayor, if I might, to Councilman Dorch's question, my only, in discussions with Councilman Dorch, the only question was if, in doing the assessment for the pool, if the pool site had to be moved, was really the issue. And I don't know if that's been addressed. I was not at the meeting between the groups, and I know Julie was, and perhaps that was addressed at that meeting. But the only issue there was if the pool site had to be moved, I didn't know if that would interfere with the construction of the fields.
Yes, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director, for the record. Honorable Mayor, Council, and City Manager Klinger, the City Manager is correct. It related to a significant potential change of that the aquatics folks may discover, if you will, that may indicate that something has to happen, and that is why we had that discussion in the meeting. We feel as staff, and we've talked with, and I have talked with Public Works on this, that the Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics Group can do their work while the demolition is going on, and they can do
Absolutely.
drilling, and we will work around that. And actually, the grading and that kind of thing is not going to happen until probably like mid-August, because they've got a lot to do out there. So, and what the city's portion of this for the installation is going to happen immediately once the demolition is done. And what we're going to do is to make sure the water service is put in and that kind of thing. So we've timed this so that it will be sequential right from one to the next. So the discussion about what they're going to find and how it might affect the fields was more, what if it's a wholesale change? And that's why it was written that the fields would continue to move forward. And so it really, their due diligence can, the swimming group's due diligence can happen while this the other agreement is going on, and the demolition is going on.
But I think that was the concern, though, is if there were any changes that would impact the fields.
They're not going to know that for at least 6 months. What they need to do is just go do their drilling and everything to find a better geothermal. They want to know where the best geothermal is.
It's going to take a while.
So they're going to do they want to go do drilling and stuff, but they're not going to have that analyzed for months.
Yeah, and they have to do a design. So they've got a lot to do, and they have to confirm their funding source, so that
Well, their funding source is pretty well defined.
Right, and they haven't.
I personally know the people they're talking to. I instigated it.
That's what I understand.
I'm not trying. I don't want to hold this project up.
No. Yeah, I
mean, I
because
guess-
they can't start the construction though until
Exactly.
even on the soccer field till in August.
That's correct.
And I know that this group wants to get some testing done on that, because right now geothermal is showing up over by the fire department. And stuff like that. So, and that's one reason we shifted soccer fields the way we did. So, I would like for them to I want Sierra Aquatics, and I meant to say something earlier about it. They need to get in and do their testing and all those type of things now.
And they plan to, and the city has some information as well, and so we're sharing that with them. So we have the well log and some other items. So we are coordinating with Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics, and they are working on getting a consultant for the plan. That's what they're working on now.
This is the first time I've ever known Sierra Aquatics to have the funding, or knowing they're going to have the funding. Other than that, they've never had it before.
Dave said, these 6 months before they know that. How will we know the planning going that it's not going to screw up the soccer fields with what the drilling. How soon would we know that? That's the only thing I'm worried about. One, we go ahead and we start the soccer fields, and all of a sudden the plan goes awry. And maybe I'm just making up things here, but am I even close? Or when will we know that? So
Yeah.
we can get some.
Well, the Sierra Nevada Community Aquatics, they have committed and are in the process of hiring a geotechnical service to do the drilling. So when we said August 22nd before at this meeting, they said we'll do the best we can to find out what's out there and be able to come back by that August 22nd date if there is a problem. So that's what they committed to at this point, is to have a preliminary answer to staff and council that everything's good, we're fine, and we can move forward. In the meantime,
But if we
they
approve
don't
this,
want.
but if we approve this agreement with soccer, and they come back, I mean, soccer would trump that. I mean, this agreement would trump any changes.
Right, and the community aquatics folks they really don't want the soccer folks to stop doing what they're doing. They wanted to make sure about the orientation of the building, or does the well site need to be in a corner of the soccer field? You know, that's what we don't know yet, and that's why the geotechnical work is underway.
Is there any harm in delaying this till next week when the aquatics guys are here and we can have this conversation?
Well, I can certainly have Richard J., who is with Great Basin Youth Soccer League. Certainly, that is council's discretion to do that. The Great Basin Soccer League, whether or not they are waiting for this to be approved, I don't know. Do you want to speak to that, Richard?
No, I mean, is a week delay going to be?
Good afternoon, Richard J., Great Basin Youth Soccer League. A week's really not going to make that much of a difference. My only concern here is that we had a situation this spring where we normally play our U5, 6, and 7s out at DePoli Middle School. That field was unusable. We put about $5,000 into it to rehabilitate it. Fortunately, we were able to use DeMonte Ranch High School. We had to pay them about $3,000 to use it. No problem in spring. Fall, we're going to be okay, but come next spring, we plan to move our 5, 6, and 7s over to Moana, and then move some.
So we
shifting
can get it all
around.
resolved next week.
1 week is not going to make or break anything.
After you did what you did to me yesterday, you're moving them to that court?
Well, I just want to know when I'm going to get my steak dinner.
It's not your steak dinner. I'm taking the kids to steak dinner.
You know, I would be
You're
more
going
than
to the
happy.
buffet table.
No, but as the head coach, but I'd be more than happy
no,
to give my steak
no,
dinner
no.
to them.
I'm cutting the head coach out.
Ben Gay and, all that other stuff does help with muscles, little, compresses. But
Yes.
I do want to say you look great out there on the field.
Yeah, your kids
You
nearly
should see
killed
the
Councilman
pictures
Azzi.
popping up
Well,
on Facebook. Have you seen
Councilman
the
Iazzi,
pictures?
I've got some videotape, and maybe we'll put it on YouTube. But just because a 5-year-old takes you down doesn't warrant a yellow card.
It was unfair.
Flipping.
And the ref didn't even respond to you. All you
Didn't
did
even
is
care.
sit there and moan, and nobody came to
I'm
you.
still looking for a yellow card. On their own website, the kid's got this look on his face like he knows he did.
Well,
He knows he did it.
I tell you, that ref tried to give me a yellow card, and I gave him a red card, told him to go to the sideline. All right.
So I guess
Just-
we're going to continue it, right?
Yeah, just one more question, Richard. How many kids will be at Moana next spring?
Richard J., Great Basin Youth Soccer. 5, 6, and 7s, we have, looking at the numbers for what we have right now, we usually grow about 5 to 10%. We'll have 225 5-year-olds, about 250 6-year-olds, and about 250. So we're looking at about 750 kids. In the 5, 6, and 7s, that's where we have the most attendance from parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles.
Right.
So with that number of games, we will anticipate about 150 to 175 cars. That's why Moana is going to be so nice, because all the problems we've had out at DePoli with those neighbors
Yeah.
and putting the signs out, no soccer parking, everything else, it'll be nice to have them parked right behind that fire station. And one of the things we like doing at our 5, 6, and 7s is creating a real family atmosphere. We've been talking with some of the food trucks. We put our banners up, and like I've said to the media, there's going to be nothing better than driving down Moana Lane, looking through that nice decorative fence and seeing those 5, 6, and 7-year-olds playing on the field. They'll start about 8:30 in the morning and run through about 1:30 in the afternoon. So that's going to be the sight to see.
You want to give me a motion? Mr.
Yeah,
President?
I'll go ahead and move to continue next week as long as that's okay and we're not holding up the schedule.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously.
We're on H1, Mr. Mayor? H1?
H1. Go
Re-
ahead.
Resolution number 7739, resolution designating public street segments and routes of access where the operation of golf carts is permitted pursuant to Chapter 6.17 of the Reno Municipal Code.
You mean I can run my golf cart down the street now?
Well, you got to see if your street's on this map, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it is. You want to add your street?
Let me have a motion. Have a second? All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H2.
Resolution number 7740, resolution granting community pride grant funds to Faith Lutheran Church to offset costs associated with Boy Scout Troop 152's Eagle Scout Pedestrian Safety Project in the amount of $800.
Motion. Dave?
Move to adopt.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H4.
H3?
H3, Mr. Mayor.
Whoop, I skipped 3.
It's resolution number 7741, resolution to retire the Regional Animal Services Task Force as a recommending body to the Reno City Council on matters pertaining to the operation of the Washoe County Regional Animal Services.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I'd like, on this one, can we get a request and see when they're going to do that audit on animal control? I can put that on the agenda later. Okay. I got a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H4.
Resolution number 7742, resolution adopting and approving a cooperative agreement with the City of Reno and the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority for day-to-day police services.
Motion.
Second.
Motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item H5.
Resolution number 7743, resolution donating certain equipment designated as 2 Type 3 wildland fire engines to Story County Fire Department.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J1, we've already done 2. 3. Any questions, anybody?
Not for
Chair will
me.
entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve staff recommendation.
Have a motion, have a second? Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Parks and Rec, item J5. Whoop, we did that.
Continue.
And we did the 6. Now Community Development, item J8. Any, Mr. Adjie?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I brought this up, and we got an attorney's memo saying that nonprofits are not considered businesses in the state of Nevada, so that we cannot adopt a business license. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons I did this, I think there are some nonprofits in this community that, to me, when they pay their executives over $500,000, $600,000 a year, and they work all the systems to not have to pay property tax or business taxes, I think they're getting away with something. But the fact is, they're getting away with it, so there's nothing I can do about it. So,
But I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I don't have the memo in front of me. I thought I brought it with me, but I thought in the memo it said that Clark County actually charged a license fee
Yeah.
to some kind of a fee to nonprofits.
Alex Woolley for the record, code enforcement and business license. Yes, Councilmember, we researched Clark County and other cities in the South, and they do not. The only entity that actually doesn't differentiate is Washoe County. But Clark County and all the other southern cities and Carson City and Sparks, they do differentiate and have exceptions.
Okay, but to Dave's point and the memo's point, how can we not do it if they're doing it?
Well, being the fact that Washoe County is the only agency that's doing it, I really wouldn't say that they're doing the right thing, but I can't really explain why they're doing it.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase,
Yes.
Reno City Attorney's Office. If you want to give direction for us to seek an AG opinion, we certainly could.
Yep.
Well, that'd be great. I'd love
That's
to do
good.
that. I'll make a motion to ask the city attorney's office to seek an attorney general's opinion about nonprofits.
And find
Great,
out
thank you.
if somebody else is doing it, why can't we do it? All right. Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J10, City Reno Charter Review Committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager. Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager for the record. You have before you today a very lengthy staff report that details the process that the Charter Review Committee undertook in evaluating the city charter in its entirety, and it details out the recommendations that that committee made. Before we get into the meat of that discussion, I would like to take a moment, if I may, and thank the members of the Charter Review Committee for their work. They met each Monday for several months. Some of those meetings were multiple hours long. I believe we do have one member of the committee with us today. Mr. Nadu was here earlier. Yes, he's still here. And so I would just, from staff's perspective, like to take a moment to thank those committee members for their hard work and input to us as staff as we went through this process. In the staff report are detailed the recommendations from the committee. Certainly, I'd be happy to go through them individually if you like. There are a number of them, or if there are just questions that the council members would have on specific recommendations, whichever is your pleasure.
Anybody got any questions they want to ask? Ms. Rudd?
I would like, because this is such a big change for you to go through all the changes.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Huh?
Do you want to go through all of them?
Yeah. I think section 1 and section 4 specifically. Cadence, or I'm sorry, section 3. The changes in section 1 of the charter and section
Articles
3.
1 and Articles 3?
Correct.
Councilwoman, do I understand you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. In Article 1, we did some amendments and also some additions. In the preamble, the recommendation from the committee was to broaden to reflect that the charter is necessary in order to provide for the orderly government of and general welfare of its citizens, secure and preserve the public health, safety, prosperity, security, comfort, convenience, and property of the citizens of the city. And this is just intended to expand so that it is clear the reason for the city charter and the reason for the purpose for the city government. We added a number of items under the definition. Some of these were to clarify, and some references throughout the council to ensure that it was clear to someone who is reading the charter what those references mean. Section 1.030, the construction of the charter. Clarification, really, this is kind of cleanup, that singular includes the plural, plural includes the singular, masculine gender, and revisions that are recommended there and throughout the charter to revise references from councilman to council member.
I like that part.
Councilmen to council members.
I do.
And chairman to chairperson. So we've used that throughout. And then in the elective offices.
Yeah, can you go through vacancy, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Section 1.090, vacancies of the elective offices. Subsection 1 of the section was revised to clarify that in filling a prospective vacancy, so if the council knew in advance that there would be a vacancy, that any member whose term of office expires before the occurrence of the vacancy may participate in the action taken by the council. So that's one of those items. Subsection 1.100 was clarified. That's the provision that speaks to mayor and council members not holding other employment. I just wanted to clarify there that in certain cases you serve in a capacity of boards and commissions as your function as the city council member. That does not make you an employee of those organizations, so that there wasn't question there.
Yeah, Cadence A, can you just go through that section 1.100, not to hold other office or employment as section A?
Yes, and that section currently exists within the charter, and it was just expanded. I believe the current language is just with the city of Washoe County. That was expanded to indicate that it was the state or any of the political subdivisions, so it wouldn't just have to be the city or Washoe County. It could be any of those other agencies, as I described, such as RTC or TUMWA, any of those types of entities. So clarifying that there.
Okay.
Section 1.100, which has to do with appointed positions and officers, we revised the title of that section to include positions in addition to officers. Subsection 3 was revised to provide that the designation of appointed positions shall be established by the council by resolution rather than ordinance. As the council knows, there may be times at which you would want to take action quickly, and a resolution would allow you to do that more quickly than you would need to do by ordinance. And also, if that needed to be amended, if a title was changed, it provides greater efficiency in that process.
Cadence, can I back you up a
Yes.
little bit? I've been thinking about this 1.10 and employment. What the rationale was. What would happen if, and I don't think it applies to anyone on this board right now, so I'm not trying to bring up specific instances. What if you were an engineer and you're subcontracting out to the state to be building something, a road, and you work for an engineering firm that's doing that work? Would that be sort of falling under this term? You're not working directly for the state?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I think there's a difference between employment and a consultant or a contract. I think those are two different types of...
Would it be clearer if we put like direct employment? I'm just worried that people will look at it that way, that
Yeah, it's true.
any work with the state or the county or anyone. I know that there's, and the thought that came to mind is I know there's a county commissioner who does work for the tribal, and I know it's not here, but would that apply with those kind of things? People just do other jobs.
We could go and define what the term employment means. And I would go
I'm
to
just
state
throwing that
law.
out to see if there'd be a problem with it later on.
I think
Because that's a big,
this
broad
would-
area, the state or any of its.
It is. And there are the other special charters, the Charter Review Committee looked at those, and this was one provision that was pretty
For
systemic.
instance, could you be a school teacher? You couldn't be a school teacher, be on the Reno City Council.
That is
under this
accurate under
provision.
this.
Or a
But that is
firefighter?
accurate under our existing charter.
But
'Cause
maybe that's
no,
not
because
right
that wasn't with
policy.
Washoe County.
Well, Washoe County School District?
Correct,
Well, it
different
depends how
body.
they were hired. We'd have to look at that.
It's a different, but I mean, just an example, or someone who's a firefighter in Elko but lives here couldn't serve here.
Yeah, those would be examples. You're accurate.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Sorry,
Okay.
were those the only questions there?
Yeah.
Then I'll move back to section 1.110 and back to subsection 3. That subsection was further amended, whereby the limitations on the appointed positions was removed, so that in the fire and police departments, there could be the possibility of other appointed positions, such as an assistant fire chief, or positions such as that would be considered an appointed position. Subsection, and I do want to point out here that that we did include language, the committee did recommend that language be included essentially to grandfather anyone who is currently in the system as an appointed officer who may, under the new provisions, no longer be an appointed officer, so that they would remain an appointed officer until such time as they vacated their position, so as not to give them seniority over persons who are in the civil service system currently. And I should point out, it was indicated in the staff report, but the representatives of the Civil Service Commission did attend the Charter Review Committee meetings and met with representatives of the committee and with staff and the legal department to be aware of these changes. And I certainly don't want to speak for them, but at the end of the day, I do believe we had consensus on this language. Subsection 4 was added to this section to include language relating to the confirmation by a majority vote of the council for the appointment of a police chief or fire chief. This language was in the charter already, but it was in another section that did not seem as germane as this section, so we simply moved it from that other section. I believe it was in section 3, or excuse me, Article 3, and I believe we moved it here. So section 1, and you'll forgive me, I say we. I felt like I was, by the end of that time, these are the recommendations of the committee, so forgive that reference. Section 1.120, again, speaking to appointed positions and officers, we amended the title to include the word positions. Subsection 3 of the section was deleted, removing the requirement that all appointed officers, be entitled to all employment benefits to which civil service employees are entitled. And that was, as the council knows, the appointed officers are given their benefits. Those benefits are adopted through resolution, and we wanted it to be clear that that was the mechanism for those being approved, and that they were not entitled to other such benefits. Section 1.130, appointed positions and officers for duty, salary, and benefits. Again, amending to include the word position and also the word benefits. Subsection 1 being revised to clarify that appointed positions shall perform their duties under the direction of the city manager, and that those positions appointed by the city, or all of those positions appointed by, except those appointed by the city council, which is the city clerk, and the Board of Health. We did include language to clarify that the Board of Health language would only apply if the city were administering that department. As the council knows, we have the District Board of Health, and those employees are not directly employed by the city, so we just wanted to clarify so that there wouldn't be confusion with the system that we've been operating under for several decades now. Subsection 2 was revised to clarify that the designation of salaries for appointed officers by the City Council is accomplished by resolution, establishing the applicable salary ranges for each position, and subsection 3 added to provide that appointed officers are entitled to employment benefits as established by applicable laws of the state of Nevada, and other benefits as the council may adopt in a resolution. And that concludes the recommended amendments to Article 1. So I believe it was Article 3, Councilwoman, that you wanted me to detail. Okay, and Article 3 has to do with the executive department. Section 3.010, the mayor and duties and vice mayor. The title of the subsection was revised to replace assistant mayor with vice mayor, being that vice mayor is the terminology that this council uses. And so we wanted that to be consistent with that language. Subsection 2.
And if I may ask, and they strongly recommended that. I don't know how other council members feel, but holding that office, it seemed like you always had to explain what a vice mayor was as opposed to assistant. You have assistant head coach, you have assistant this, but you have a vice mayor. I don't know how others feel, but it just doesn't, it's not comfortable to me to be.
Well, he's in charge of vice, and he hadn't been doing a damn thing about
Nobody
it.
makes those jokes about the vice president, Mr. Mayor. He's not the assistant president. I don't.
Certainly, Councilman Guston, if this body does not feel that that's an appropriate change, it just, we
No,
were
I'm
we
fine
were
with
looking
it
to have
either
it be
way.
consistent with the terminology that you all used.
He's leaving in 3 months anyway.
Subsection 2 was revised to clarify that the vice mayor shall be elected upon vacancy of the office of any council member holding the position of vice mayor, and further that the vacancy of the office of the council member elected as vice mayor shall be considered removal from the office of vice mayor. Just, again, some technical cleanup language there. Section 3.020, city manager duties and compensation. Subsection 5 of the section is revised. This is, I mentioned earlier, we took the language out about the appointment of the police and fire chief and put it into Article 1. Section 3.040, city clerk duties. Subsection 1C is revised to clarify that the warrants signed by the clerk shall be warrants for payment, so that those are not confused as to be warrants for arrest. And some of this seems like we were to use the phrase "in the weeds," but we did not. We wanted to be certain that our charter could be easily interpreted, and then there was no misunderstanding. Further, subsection 1D is revised to clarify that licenses required to be signed by the clerk shall be business license, so as not to be confused with other types of licenses that are issued and signed by other officers and employees of the city. Section 3.140, interference by the city council. Subsection 2 was revised to clarify that the city council or members may deal with a city official or employee for the purpose of inquiry. So, Councilwoman Sferraza, if you wished to make an inquiry of myself or another member of the staff, that you would not be in violation of the current provisions that say that the council members may not deal with us directly. And there was an addition to that, further it was clarified that direction that you all give in these meetings, if you give it to me or to another member of the staff who happens to be standing at the podium, that's not a violation of this charter provision. It's deemed to have gone through the manager, that direction. And it does put some further restrictions on violation of that. As Ms. Chase indicated, the committee did look at charters from other similar-sized cities in the state, and that language does exist in others, and so that recommendation was there.
And again, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Also, those laws would apply to a violation of a charter, whether or not it's referenced in our charter.
And that concludes the amendments to Article 3.
Cadence, what happens if there's a vacancy in any office of the city council? How long would that appointment be for? Because I know other city charters, it could either go to special election or the council can appoint. Is there a time limit on that too? Like county commission, for example, the governor appoints that position and then they have to run at the next election. What happens if there's a vacancy right after, for instance, if someone was elected, there was a vacancy and you had, 3 years, 11 months, what would happen? Would that be just an appointment, or would that go to a special election in our charter?
Forgive me for just a moment. I'm going to look and see if I can find that exact language. If the attorney's office gets there first, I hope they'll jump in.
I think when that's happened in the past, Pierre, you've been here when it's happened. I think it goes just to the next election, correct?
I believe I found the citation, and it's in the current charter. It's 1.070.
Yeah, and then it
with the
changed
amendments,
to
it would be
090.
1.090. And there are some exceptions that are provided in NRS Chapter 268, but subsection 1. Except as otherwise provided in the section, a vacancy of the city council or office of city attorney and municipal judge must be filled by a majority of the council within 30 days of the occurrence of the vacancy. And then further, in subsection 2, the appointee shall serve until the next general municipal election and until his successor is elected and qualified.
So there is no time limit on that, Cadence.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase,
So
it would
I
be
guess
for
it
the
would-
remaining term of that office.
Okay.
So,
Not
until the
necessarily.
next general election,
No,
I'm sorry,
okay,
I said that
yeah,
wrong.
that
Like, for
clarifies.
example, Judge Gardner was a prime example. This
Yeah,
council put him in office within 30 days, and he had to run this year, and then he's running for the remainder of that term, and then he'll have to run again.
And I would add there is a subsection 3 that gives the council another option, that if a vacancy occurs, that in lieu of the appointment, the city council may, by resolution, declare a special election to fill the vacancy.
So it can go either way, council appointment or special election.
Correct.
It's a council determination.
Is the sense here that the council could appoint anyone to fill the term? I guess they would have to,
There are,
Qualified,
Yeah, if
okay.
they-
yeah,
if they're
there are
qualified.
specifications in the charter as to the qualifications.
That's what happened with respect to Judy Pruitt. She had to resign, so we
Right.
appointed someone to fill her spot until the next,
General election.
till the next election. I believe so, yes.
I hate to bring it up, but one of the county commissioners made me king, and I don't see where that's corrected in here.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, we could ask the Charter Review Committee if they'd be willing to hold another meeting to consider.
No, because they'd probably execute me, but I was very disappointed that I didn't get that authority. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I guess for the council, I'm stuck on this not holding any other employment. What's the rationale for not letting anyone be employed, A, at all, or B, by any state entity or one that controls? I mean, what was the thought behind saying you shouldn't be able to work for someone else?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Some of the thought, I think, is that the state may govern processes that relate to you and make laws that relate to you. So if you're involved in that, there's inherent conflicts that
Relate
could
to
arise.
me as what, as a council member or as in my private?
Even in your private capacity, and that's why
But the state
it's
can do that even
systemic.
if I'm the engineer. The state can make those calls.
Yeah, and at the state, if you were working as a council member, you might be able to have conflicts as well. I think it's more of a conflict situation as to why they put these originally in all the special charters, but they are systemic throughout the special charters.
But when they put it in, I guess I'm more talking about the committee, because in our charter, it said you just couldn't work for Washoe County.
Washoe County or the city of Reno.
And
Yeah.
this is getting huge.
Yeah, I think they used the language out of Henderson and everything, and it's in your discretion to keep
That's
that.
what, I'm just asking what the
Well, and in
rationale
Henderson,
behind
how could a fire battalion chief be a legislator and
Not a
draw
ci-
salaries?
Not a
as
city charter, Mr.
Huh?
Mayor. They're
He's not a city council member.
But he works for he works for the county.
It's a double standard, though, Mr.
He
Mayor.
works-
They can
that's
do what
right.
they want.
He works for the
They
county.
can work, they can
The city,
be
I
in the
mean.
state legislature overseeing their issues.
Their
Yeah,
budgets
their
and everything.
budgets, PERS
And-
and everything,
and there
and
is-
work for a municipality, but a
Well, I-
municipality can't work for another jurisdiction?
And as this council can appreciate, there's a significant amount of case law out on these types of examples.
Well, we're doing something here for the city council. They don't do it at the legislature.
I just don't want to limit who can run for this office.
I don't either.
That's what bothers
Yeah,
me,
a
is
teacher,
keeping it
that's-
as open as possible and let people have
Now,
their
there's been
their
talk the
options.
legislature's going to change it, that if you're a city employee or a teacher or a government employee, that you can't run for office or something like that. I
Well,
don't
that would
think
be
they'll
s-
ever get it
But
on.
this body has no authority over any other entity.
No.
So, I mean, I can't establish their salaries or anything there. So I just hate to see, I mean, I don't have another job, so I can talk about this. Because it doesn't, I just worry what that really means to anybody. You know, what does the
Yeah.
state have control over, and who might not be able to run, or they win for election, and all of a sudden they find out they have to decide what to do. I mean, why, it's supposed to be citizens, people up here, people who have other jobs. Why would we not let people with a job and just limit it to, you know, I would think banks have more control over us. If I worked for a bank who might hold a bond for the city of Reno, that's a bigger conflict than somebody who is a flagger for NDOT.
It's true. So can we recommend that come out, Cadence?
Certainly, you can accept, reject, amend whatever of these recommendations you like. This was an advisory committee to this council, and so if you want to give staff direction, you know, we can reconvene the committee members and ask for their input, or we could look to revise this language and bring it back to you at a future meeting, perhaps your first meeting in August. This item does tie to the next item on your agenda, which is your bill draft request, and so we are going to be bringing you back information on bill draft requests. So certainly there's, you know, the timeline, the urgency on this would be to have these processed and ready for submission to the Legislative Council Bureau by our September 1st deadline, if it is your desire to move forward with the bill draft request. So we can work on alternative language that would address your concerns.
What's the wishes?
I just threw it out there for everybody, you know, nobody, this isn't gonna affect anybody here, so maybe we're the best ones to judge it.
That's right.
I just don't like to limit the number of people who can run for this office.
I don't either. And isn't that the voters' choice who they put into office? I mean,
Mr. Ashep?
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you think we should actually get the input from the Charter Review
I'd
Committee?
love to
Okay.
hear why they
So would
think
I.
that's important.
So would I. So I guess you could reconvene them and tell them we'd like to make that change?
Certainly we could.
And then can you do that? Well, you won't do it next week, but by August, we can do that,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we can do that.
okay?
Well, so you're going to ask them what their rationale was, so then we can decide whether we want to make that change or not. Yeah, let's get their rationale, okay.
Certainly, and I will say for the benefit of the council members that, I mean, I don't get the sense in my recollection of this conversation that this was necessarily, that the expansion was something that they specifically were interested in the state of Nevada, and it may have even been that when staff crafted language that was attempting to get to the nature of their discussion that we overreached, and they'll tell us that, and would be, you know, we can propose additional language that we think perhaps more adequately meets with your concerns.
Is PERS controlled by the state of Nevada?
Is that a political subdivision?
But they set the law governing that board, don't
So you
they?
couldn't be collecting PERS and be on this board?
PERS is governed by the PERS board, but I don't know if that's under the political subdivision of the state of Nevada. I think it
Board's
probably is
appointed by the
established.
governor, isn't he? Aren't
Yes,
they?
but I think it's established by state power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get a request for some input, and then we'll go from there.
All right. Were there any other provisions?
Any other changes, anything?
Everything, yeah, I hate to just pick on it, because I thought they did a great job. I
Oh,
mean,
they
really
did a great job.
Coming to this and making some really thoughtful
Yeah.
changes here.
And the voting going forward on districts or council or citywide and all that stuff is what we all agreed to and talked that day.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you know, the council did approve or adopt a resolution, putting that on the ballot for November 2012 with some amendments as it was initially presented. And I believe that the city clerk is in the process of filing that paperwork with the registrar of voters. So that will be on the ballot in November, and would probably be more appropriate to talk about whether or not you wish to move forward with a BDR on that item under your next agenda item.
Okay. Any other questions? Just give me a motion for acceptance of the report and,
Move to postpone this, Mr., I think we're gonna,
right, that's right.
I don't know what the
Postpone it
motion
until-
be. We have to postpone to a
Continue
certain
until the
time.
first.
So the motion would be just to accept this report and request staff to go back to Charter Review Committee with the questions that we've asked them, and to come back to us in August.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J11.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is to receive input from the City Council as to the bill draft requests that the city may or perhaps may not submit for the 2013 legislative session. The city is entitled to 3 bill draft requests. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, we are required by statute to submit the topics of our bill draft requests to the Legislative Council Bureau no later than September 1st of this year. So today we're seeking your initial direction. We have some items that staff has brought forward for your consideration, but are certainly open to any other items that you may wish for staff to pursue, with the idea being that we would get your initial input today. Throughout the next 6 weeks, spend time on any items that you identify that you want us to develop for bill drafts, and bring those back to you for your consideration and potential approval at your August 22nd meeting. So that we can make any last-minute adjustments to those and submit them by our timeline. There are 6 items, I believe, that we'd included in the staff report. I do have one additional item that came late, and I apologize for not being able to include that in the staff report. But one other item that we would like you to consider would be an amendment for appeals from lower bodies to the district court. And currently, an appeal from right now in state law, appeals for boards of adjustments can go either directly to a district court or to a governing body of a local government at the option of a local government. And what we would pose to you for consideration would be to implement something similar For appeals of administrative decisions under Chapter 278 for planning and zoning, that those appeals could go to district court if this body so chooses. And forgive me if I'm not articulating this correctly. I'll ask for the technician to help me.
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. What we have in state law that allows it right now is that if the Board of Adjustment makes a decision, that decision can be appealed directly to the district court rather than to the City Council. That is at the option of the City Council. We propose that you recommend to the state or to the legislature that that option be available for for appeals from hearing officers or the Board of Appeals, such as the Building Board of Appeals or the Fire Board of Appeals. And the reason for that, at least for planning and zoning reasons, is because we have First Amendment issues, and those need to go very quickly to the district court. So that would be one of the reasons that you might want to entertain doing that. And again, it's at the option of the council. It is not something that changes state law to say you have to do that. It simply allows you to do that and gives you that option rather than simply having it go from the administrator to the hearing officer to City Council and then to district court. So questions?
So, Mr. Mayor, if there were any other questions on the other 6 items that staff had identified, I'd be pleased to do my best to answer those questions at this time. And then, Mr. Mayor, also, as you did indicate, and I did not include that in this, would be if the council wanted to consider a bill draft request with respect to the method by which council members running by ward are elected in the general election, dependent upon the outcome of the November 2012 ballot question, we could put a placeholder bill draft request in there pending that, or certainly if you wish to give us direction that rather than have that be a placeholder, and if that ballot question doesn't indicate that the voters want to change, then we lose that bill draft request. We could always go the route of waiting, seeing the results of that, and then if in fact the voters indicate that they want to change, seek sponsorship through a legislator.
Couldn't we just amend that into the charter changes that we're making?
We certainly could potentially amend our, if we are going to put in a bill draft request on the other charter changes. I would caution that I think that particular item may be quite controversial. I think that there are some other cities that are potentially impacted by that, and my concern would be that if we amend it into the other BDR, that it would potentially jeopardize the success of the other recommended changes from the Charter Review Committee, because that particular change has been so controversial, and that other cities may feel that if
they may lobby against the whole thing.
Thank you.
Well, and if it passes or does something, some senator or assemblyman or somebody's going to introduce a bill, and why should we waste ours? In fact, after talking to several legislators and different people, I wonder why we even introduce a bill until, and because we go down there compromised when we do it. If we need something passed, we get a senator or assemblyman to introduce a bill and whatever we want, and they'll do it. But us sending something down cuts our legs out a little bit.
Well, should we make it a separate one then in the charter that as long as you're the mayor, you'll be called king? Should that be one of our?
Well, you know, it's very humbling, but no.
It might be easier for you just to legally change your name to King Cashel. Then we'd have to call you king.
Well, I just thought since the county commissioner gave me the title that you guys would let me
You're
have
giving
it.
them
Yes,
more
sir,
power than
Mr.
they
Gusman.
deserve.
They only gave you the last name. They didn't give you the given name. I think they meant to say Burger King.
Oh, this meeting's getting out of hand.
Okay, let's get back to
So,
it.
Mr. Mayor, we have these items for your consideration, and I don't know if at this time the council, if there's any that you would direct that you not want us to pursue additional research and development on, or if you are interested in having staff look at all of those and bring back proposed BDR text for your August 22nd meeting. As the mayor said, I mean, there are some that believe that if we concentrate on defense and are not looking at our own bills, that could be more successful. I would submit that a couple of these are somewhat ministerial and do provide some benefits for our employees, particularly I believe that it is item 3 that certainly may be controversial, but I don't think will snare us in a web of some of the more political items, and would be of great benefit and protection to city employees. So with that, I'm pleased to take direction as to your desire on these items that have been proposed.
Well, why don't you let us look at these, and we're going to be getting together later, and we'll look at them all, and then we'll discuss them, see what we're going to do.
Do I understand that as direction to prepare, build, and I'm just, I'm only asking, Mr. Mayor, because it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
So I just, if there's anything in this list that the council is not in favor of, and staff would not need to spend the time on those, we would appreciate that direction now.
Well, personally, I don't think we should introduce any bills this time. Because last time we got drug into things on 288 and different things, and if we want 288 or something else, the legislator will introduce it or put it up if we can get them to do it.
Mr. Mayor, for me, it's not that there's some things we don't think are important. We just only have 3. And some of them that might not be as much trouble that I think all the cities would look at is perhaps the penalties for theft would be something everyone I think should be able to agree with. You know, if they start stealing our sprinklers and stuff, that should mean something. And I think that also revising the requirements, although we might not win this one, I'd be curious to allow publishing online instead of publication in a newspaper. That costs governments a lot of money every year. So I'm trying to pick some out that we might get some support on than.
Right.
So at least those 2, Mr. Mayor, I think might be able to see the light of day at the legislature.
Now, 3 aren't they protected under 3? Don't we have a law that?
Not all the public employees are.
Tracy Chase, excuse me, Reno City Attorney's Office. Our office goes and obtains these blood draw orders, and police department and also fire department employees who are exposed, we can get a seizure order, but it doesn't apply to other employees, and they do have the potential. In addition, the seizure order process is a real civil process, and so you have to do a lot of paperwork. It takes time, and the window of opportunity to get the medication on board to the affected employee is the best chance of knocking out, if there is a contagious disease exposure, is within like 2 to 3 hours. So we were hopeful to streamline some of those processes.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind looking further into number 3, the pathogens.
I wouldn't either.
Okay. Staff would be pleased to further research those, and I failed to mention it is in the staff report, but I do serve as a member of the legislative issues team for the League of Cities, and that group is meeting and discussing bill draft requests as well, and so certainly I can bring this up. I believe we have a conference call tomorrow. Can bring these up and see if the League is interested in that, and the League will have taken action before I bring these items back to you for August 22nd. So potentially we'll know if they've been willing to take any of these up at that time as well.
And you might ask them, the 2 that come to mind for me are the Parks and Recreation and Public Works. I mean, people digging into streets and doing different things that they may be exposed. So those are 2 departments that seem to me might be beneficial for them.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you for that direction.
Thank you. All right. Discussion potential direction to staff regarding the redesignation of the critical labor shortage, the position of chief of police for a 2-year period. Have a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy
Yeah.
Chase, in the motion, I want to make sure it says you can make the findings so that we have a good record.
All right, motion, second.
Is he
All
a uniform chief, or is he a PCC, a plainclothes chief?
Well, some days he's plain clothes and some days he's uniform. You know, you
It
never
covers
know the
both?
guy.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Chief, for signing on. You've done a great job. Your people respect you, and you've done an outstanding job leading our force, and we really appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. Let's move along these others just as quick. Charter boards and commission appointments, none. Identification of future. I would like to get a report on the audit on animal control, because they've been going to have that for us for. Yeah, just send a letter, ask them and get a report where it is, or when are we going to get a copy of it? Liaison, any other future agenda items, Mr. President?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just get an update on the urban farms, where we're at with the vacant lots, the text change there.
Okay. Any others? All right, we'll move on to liaison reports.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to give a report, something we don't talk about very often, and one thing that I think the county is very important in doing and necessary for our community, and that's the Washoe County Health District. They have recently published, and there's a one-sheet piece out that says you can go to washoeats.us, check out food inspections reports in your favorite Washoe County eatery. I think that's moving forward. In California, you might know that you put in the window of a eatery or someplace in the business an A, B, or C. That's the food rating. Provides immediate access to food safety practices at your favorite eateries and new restaurants for you to explore. I think it's very interesting. Everybody should know about that because they're required to go once a year. They used to go on a quarterly basis, but because of staffing and the proliferation of businesses and the growth in the area, they're required to go once a year, which may not seem to be as important as going every 6 months, but it's a good indicator because you do have some history and some background as to repeated violators. And having been in the restaurant business, anything can happen at any given time, I understand that, but you can also see a pattern of people who don't have the best hygiene or food processing implemented in that they have a manager on site and do the right thing. So I think that's kind of interesting. I wanted to bring that to attention. It was presented at our last board meeting of the district. And among other things, I think that's informative and helpful to everyone.
Okay. Any other future items? All right, any liaison reports? Well, there's other people that might have liaison reports. There's other people might have a liaison report. Conference and professional meetings. Potential direction to staff regarding out-of-state car dealers selling automobile parts in Reno.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I brought this up before, and I brought it up last year, and I was given a staff report from Mr. Trenier and through Michael Chomp. What's happened was that, just very briefly, if I should have gotten to the page, but there were various dealers doing business here by bringing their parts over and selling them and not have business license or paying taxes, et cetera. Well, they were notified again and given until July 23rd this year to comply, or otherwise to be fined $1,000 a day. Well, our business license only is $60. So the three main offenders, there are really three auto dealers in the Sacramento area, not Bay Area, that control most of the dealerships. And all three of those because our staff contacted them, have agreed to have business licenses now in the city of Reno. So I think we've started to move in the right direction on this. They'll keep a watch on it. I will too, because I get reports from the car dealers. But now the dealers that are here don't feel that they're being undermined. We talk about buying local, doing things local, by people coming from the outside who don't have a business license and the right to operate in the city of Reno. So my thank you to Michael and to everyone else, to Alex, who was also involved in it, and Fred for following through on this.
Okay. Mr. Izzy, L5.
L5, if you recall, Mr. Mayor, we had a woman come up to our public comment to discuss this, and staff has looked into it. And Alex has done a good job at informing me that the Nevada Transportation Authority does a lot of this right now, and he's still in conversation with them about how to coordinate between the city of Reno and what they get, so that we know that they're doing everything correctly. So I think they're still looking into that. I know this gentleman's been here all day. Is there anything you wanted to add? Come up, if you do, you have to come up here.
I know, it feels out of turn now, but.
Now you can identify yourself for the record.
I'm Ralph Lytle from Reno Sparks Cab Company.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I just wanted to point out, I think it was mentioned that all cabbies have their own personal business license as contractors, but my basic comments in the public forum was basically, you know, Roy Street, who owns the company, is very active in the community with charity events. A cab driver is basically the first ambassador for our city, making contact with tourists and convention goers. We just feel that it'd be a burden on the cabbies, you know, to implement a business license individually. And that's basically all.
Are they under contract with you, or are they on your payroll?
They are under contract.
Okay, so each one of them's a separate business.
Technically.
Technically.
Mr. Mayor, I guess that's part of the concern is they're supposed to have business licenses currently. That's already in place. And the fact that you don't know it, and we had a taxi driver stand up here earlier today and ask us not to implement this, bothers me, because that tells me that a lot of people out there, including the people that are running the business, don't know that they're currently required to have business licenses individually.
I didn't know if the city would be open to, you know, some kind of, I wouldn't even call it a workshop, some kind of communication from the city with our company.
Let me ask you this question. So they are independent contractors. Is that how they're defined with your company?
Yes.
I don't care what the wage is, but how are they compensated?
If you do a daily lease for a cab, whatever you run on the meter, you pay half of that to the company, plus they have to pay for their own gas, and there's a $5 administration fee. So with the current price of gas, until our big events kick off, I drive a cab myself. It's kind of tight. You're probably going home with, you know, not counting tips, probably $50. You know, if you were to average it out, that's not a lot.
So if I understand, they rent the cab from you based on half of the meter.
That's called a daily lease. There's also
I'm sorry,
a daily lease.
Daily lease, okay. And what was the other one? I'm sorry.
Well, there's Yellow Cab. They do a weekly lease. So they just pay a set amount for that van all week. So usually there's 2 people in a van, and once they pay that lease to the company, they keep the rest.
So a daily lease, that operator would operate it for 8 hours or 10 hours, or would they operate it, would it be available for them for 24 hours, or how does that work?
With the van lease, you could have it 24 hours, but we're regulated by the DOT also. We're only allowed to drive 10 hours.
So
it's a 12-hour day once you do everything,
So
either way.
So you have two people on each car then on a daily lease?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. And then then the company, like in your case, Reno Sparks Cab, you pay for the maintenance, tires, et cetera?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We have our own on-premise shop, does all the maintenance, safety checks.
Any idea how, is there a daily average? Could it be as much as $100 or $50, or what's the average of the meter?
We call it the book, the total meter amount. I'd say 150 would be an average.
Okay.
Some drivers are pretty good if they've been doing it, quite a while.
Okay, I appreciate you being forthright about what is. So if it was 150, it's $75 less gas and $5.
Right. Oh, not to mention, one more thing, we're self-insured. The drivers have to pay $25 every Friday for their insurance deposit that's carried by the company. That takes about 48 weeks at $25 a week. So that's working a Friday with gas and that, you're already 50 in the hole before you even start your day.
Okay. Do you sell the gas, or do they fill up at a station?
We used to have on-premise fueling, but we fuel off-site now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Addy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the original intent of this was the woman was concerned about the drivers and their background checks, and the state does require those, correct?
I can tell you everything a driver has to do to
Right.
drive a taxi.
And I don't think we understood that, and that's why we bring things up. I mean, it's right here, they have to have annual vehicle inspections, they set the rates, the driver's age requirements, doctor certificates, they conduct the hearings, the driver's background, driver's license is all controlled by the state.
We're also, federally regulated because we handle RTC overflow. And to be RTC qualified, you need a level 1 first aid course and CPR certification to even take those calls.
So what happened after looking into that was looking into the drivers and how do we get that information? Because that woman was concerned that her son had died and didn't think that the cab driver had any of these. I don't know the particulars about that incident, but overall there is a program where they do get background checks. But I don't know how they follow up on that, and that's what Alex will do next to see how the state follows up to make sure that the drivers have those background checks. Does the cab company require that too?
Because of everyone thinks I work for the city when I wear these. These are the non-gaming chauffeur licenses from both cities that we have to have. That's for a driver to even get started, it's $160 out of pocket before you can even drive a cab with the DOT physical, drug screen, your licenses, DMV printout. And, like you touched on, the council might not realize everything that's involved, but being public transportation, technically, we're highly regulated.
Well, I hope you tell that to the drivers. We don't bring stuff up just to try to regulate them more. It was a citizen came forward and asked us to look into it, and we have, and I think that they're regulated. The part of the business license is separate because right now they're required to have a business license. It's nothing we have to implement, and we'll have to figure that out.
Yes, it is law.
Okay.
I understand that.
Thank you very much.
One of the things that I'm not so concerned about this now that we found this information, one of my concerns is your drivers are the first people to meet our customers and our friends. And some of them dress like hell. Some of them dress very sloppy. And I want to know if any regulations in the South or anywhere in the state, if there are any regulations where you can have them wear a white shirt or a dark pair of slacks, not specifying colors or anything else. But I would like to see their appearances. There's one gentleman sitting over here earlier today. I'd been scared to death to get in his cab, the way he looked and the way he appears himself. And that is our first line, and I would like to see that if there's anything we can do as far as setting some standards. If we did, I think the cab companies and everybody would be very appreciative of it because they can't tell them. So I'd like to get a report on that, Alex, if there's any place that, and I'm not saying, you're just talking about colors. You're not talking about a uniform or anything. So they can buy anything that's dark slacks or whatever, or a white shirt or whatever they want to do like that. And they can buy it any color, any size, shape, or what they want to do. But, you know, if they all dress like you do today, I'd be the happiest man in town. But I wouldn't expect that because you got to handle bags and everything else.
That's true. The dress code for our company is a collared shirt and pants.
Right. Well, I would like to see a collared shirt and either a color, because some of them are collared shirts and things, or and I don't collared shirts or pants. But the gentleman today that I saw over here, and I know he's a driver because I've ridden with him, got holes in his pants and everything else. I'd just like to see if there's anything we can do to, because they are our first line of defense of selling our community.
Well, I certainly will pass that along to Roy, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll help you too.
I know
I'll
you
pass
will.
it on to Roy. But I know there's things Roy can't do. I just want to show if there's some ways we can help at the state or the city by having some regulations of what they do. All right?
Sounds good.
Thanks a lot.
Hey, thank you.
Mr. Azzi. You have any-
So on this cab, what's next, Alex? Just to work with the state to get that information back to us to make sure that we have some checking?
Yes, sir. Alex Willie for the record, Code Enforcement Manager. Since we last spoke, Councilman Bayazi, I have been in contact with the state, and actually I received a phone call from the chairman of the Nevada Transportation Authority, and he was very helpful, very forthcoming, and said, we will definitely work with you in anything that you need. As far as getting the list from the cab companies, if they're not willing to give it to you for whatever reason, just give us a call. Let them know that you would give us a call. He said more than likely they'll give us whatever we need once we tell them that the NTA is working with us. I also spoke to several cab company owners out in the lobby prior to the council meeting starting. And in our letter that we did send out, we did offer to meet with them and actually go on site and assist them in getting all their drivers licensed. And you are correct, Councilmember Deutsch, it's always been that way. There's always been that requirement. Any independent contractor, regardless of what business they're in, they are required to have a business license. And just for the record, so that everyone understands, our fees, income between $0 and $20,000 a year, it's a flat rate of $60 a year for the business license. And speaking to the owners out in the lobby, I asked them, what do you think the average is? Is it between 0 and 20,000 or 20,000 to 100,000? Because that has a flat fee of 130. And his response, their response to me was that they doubt we would find anyone reporting more than 20,000 a year. So that would mean that the majority of them would be paying $60 a year in business license fees.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr.
I
Asher.
don't know
So
what-
I was going to say, so Alex, as indicated in the staff report, you're going to go on site, provide some education, and then you'll actually be able to sign people up right there.
Yes, sir, we've done that before. That's
Right.
a new process we implemented in the
Right.
past year to try to assist businesses and be more business friendly. So we go out to the site, people have different
Right.
shifts. You know, we set up a date and time. We go there at that date and that time, and we get to sign up a whole bunch of contractors.
Okay. It's almost like an amnesty program, right?
Exactly,
You're
yes,
not
sir.
gonna
And
be
we did explain that
penalized.
to them. There is no, we're not pursuing any penalties or anything to that effect.
All right, good.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No more action, I don't think, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Okay. Item L6, Mr. Azzi.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it recently came to my attention that there's a difference in the way that we're paying the city attorney. And in my reading of everything, and obviously I'm not an attorney, but I'm not sure how legal this has been, that it's been $218,000 we've put into an individual retirement account for the city attorney. I don't believe anyone else in the city gets to do that. And as we saw in the last agenda item prior, the city council is supposed to set the salary and benefits. And the benefits for the city attorney is the salary of what it is and whatever a department head gets. And no other department head gets this special service. and I'm not sure how it even came to pass. I know it never came to city council to put this into a separate retirement account, and personally, I think it should stop. So I don't really know where to go from there, but it's, as I understand it, we do not put into PERS for the city attorney. It goes into another special retirement account for him because he's already drawing PERS. So I don't know how legally that could happen, Mr. Attorney.
John Cadlick, Reno City Attorney. The salary for the city attorney is set by resolution number 4500. And what it says is the city attorney shall receive other benefits, including but not limited to retirement and health insurance consistent with those received by other department heads. It doesn't say how the methodology is. It only says it has to be consistent. In other words, I can't receive more, I can't receive less. And this goes all the way back to February of 1989. It was signed by Peter Sarraza when he was mayor of the city of Reno. So I checked with the Public Employees Retirement System to see if I could go back. I talked to Brian Snyder, and he says, no, you can't go back in the system. Frankly, I'd love to go back because what I was making when I retired back in December of 2000 and what I'm making now, I can guarantee you, is considerably more. So he referred me to NRS 286-520 subsection 5. And it says, a public employer may pay contributions on behalf of such retired employee to, first of all, let's go. It says, if a retired employee is chosen by election or appointment to fill an elected public office, and then we'll go up to the sentence. A public employer may pay contributions on behalf of such a retired employee to a retirement fund which is not part of the system in an amount not to exceed the amount of the contributions that the public employer would pay to the system on behalf of a participating public employee who serves in the same office. In other words, it takes into consideration the fact that there may be people who, after retirement, choose to run for public office, and so they cannot go back into PERS. Some can go back into PERS. Actually, I think if you look at 286-523, and I think it's 525, there are certain ways you can, but not elected officials. And so that's how it got to where it is. And, you know, I've tried to be a part of this team from day one. And I'll point out, for example, in 2008-9, when everybody else was getting a 3.5 raise, I was entitled to a 5. The mayor asked, would you take a reduction to the same that everybody else was getting? And that's Resolution 7181. I did exactly that. Later that year, when things went south even further, I contributed back $2,120.50 of my own, 56 cents of my own money, took reductions in benefits and salary to give back. In 9-10, I took a $6,046.14 reduction. In 10-11, I took $8,789.12, which includes, I'm paying part of that PERS that goes into the 401-457. I'm paying 1.125% PERS contribution that goes in there. In other words, I'm paying part of mine into that too, like everybody else is. The same thing, 11-12, $8,789.12. So it's the same, again, the same 1.125% PERS contribution. So just in the last 4 years, I've taken a salary reduction, even though I'm not technically required to do that, of $25,744.94. And on October 15th, Ms. Chase and I, who have the same joint birth date of October 15th, she's not going to be quite the same level I am. I'm going to be eligible for Medicare. I'm going to turn 65, which means the city will get a benefit because you will no longer have to pay health insurance. You'll pay some supplemental. You'll get a reduction because I can claim Medicare. And I mean, I get anybody who's nearing 65, it's a daily bombardment of health insurance plans for that. And, you know, I've worked hard in the office. I mean, I can point to...
Let's not get into that, please. My question to you is the NRS says may pay you. Doesn't say shall, does it?
No, it doesn't. It says
may.
Consistent with...
So who should know? I'm talking about the state law first. It says the city council may pay you differently. Does it say may or shall?
It says may. You're right.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that.
So when did it come to council that that's the way that we would do that for you?
I have no idea. It was interpreted because...
You have an idea. It never came to this council.
Well,
Well, that's a different answer, isn't it?
But I think HR interpreted the consistent. Consistent means the same as. In other words, it doesn't say it has to go to PERS. It just says it has to go into a retirement.
But does it also say that under our charter that we set your salary and any of those decisions should have come to this council and not between you and HR?
I didn't make that decision. HR did.
All on their own? You didn't
I
tell
have-
him? You didn't ask him? I'm
No,
I'm
HR
wondering,
made
how
it-
does
I
that,
assume
how did you
HR
get a
made it on
lump
their
sum?
interpretation
How did
of
you get a
this.
lump sum payment of $14,000 in July 27th of 2007?
I have no idea. I mean, they
Really?
made, they
Another
put-
lump sum payment of $7,000 on April 29th, 2011.
Yeah, they've been paying, they
And it's
pay each
total-
time, they pay, I assume they're paying at the same time they're putting in there, that they're putting their PERS contributions into.
No,
for
'cause
the-
after
I have
that,
no
then
idea
there's-
when they put their PERS contributions in.
I
I'm
just
under
think-
the assumption that they put it in at the same time they make the PERS contributions to the state. I don't know how they pay PERS contributions to the state.
Do you know of any other instance where anybody in the city is getting the same benefits?
Yes.
Who would that be?
Well, I think Marilyn Craig gets it under the 523.
That's
she get-
also under contract. I mean, there's not an elected official. When you
No.
got elected, you knew what the terms were
Well,
when you got in.
I suspect I'm the only elected official at this time that applies to it. May apply to other people. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, it says consistent. I'm not receiving anything less or anything more. Actually, if you don't pay it in, you get a windfall, because if someone else had won this who was a participating employee, you'd be paying it into him. I'm not getting anything more than anybody else. It's just going into a different fund.
So you're collecting PERS, $160,000 in salary from this city, and also another $40,000 a year in additional retirement. And you think that's okay?
Councilman, I was making more than that in private practice. I ran for my daughters.
I just think this is shameful, and I think that you should not be getting 2 retirements from this publicly elected body. I think it's shameful. Legal or not, I don't think you should be doing it. In my personal opinion, I think that you've gone around the city charter that says that this body sets your agenda, your salary, and not you and not human resources. That should come to us. And after I brought this up, you should bring it to us and say, what should we do? And the council should vote on giving you that or not.
Well, they're going to do it obviously today. You're going to obviously do that.
That's not, I wouldn't say that's true. I'm saying you as an elected official and the attorney who sees that there could be a conflict in the way this happened, when you say you have no idea how it happened and you didn't make the determination, you should bring it forward yourself. What attorney am I going to get on my side to tell me that I'm right?
Well, as I read the statute, I'm getting consistent, so I don't see any problem.
Imagine that.
Well, I
Imagine
think it's
that.
consistent with the retirement benefits that everyone else on the management team is receiving. I'm not getting more, I'm not getting less.
You are
If I
getting
were
more
getting
because you're
more-
already collecting PERS. You're getting more.
But the
No,
statute says that you may make that contribution.
We may, yes, we may. I would choose to
Well,
say no.
Okay, well, if that's the motion you want to make, go for it. It's your choice, Councilman.
Okay.
Just a couple questions. What would the amount be, and maybe this is a question for our financial staff, what would the amount be that we would contribute to PERS? Is there a difference between this separate account?
Robert Chisel, Finance Director. The amount we contribute to PERS for non-public safety employees is 23.75%.
Okay, and so based on that, what would that contribution be into PERS for his salary?
In rough numbers, I think it's about $21,000 a year.
Okay, and then, so how much is this retirement account getting? What's that contribution
It is getting
amount?
that contribution limit right now. So what the city is doing, instead of contributing the amount that would go to PERS, we are contributing it to a 401 account on behalf of the city attorney.
Okay, and then I guess a question for the city manager yourself. Is this the same as the rest of the management team gets?
That it is the same amount as the rest of the management team. The rest of the management team, the money goes to the public employees retirement system as opposed to a 401 plan.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, if I may jump in, the only other member of the management team that is currently drawing on a PERS retirement is Chief Pitts. And for Chief Pitts, we do not contribute any funds into a retirement account. So we actually save, and again, rough math, based on the chief's salary, there's about $60,000 a year that we save that we don't contribute to PERS, and we actually don't put it into any other account.
So it is different then. So like in the case of the chief, he's collecting the PERS, but we're not paying separately into a 401?
That is correct, which is, we actually, we save money in having Chief Pitts actually on as a critical labor shortage position, because we don't pay PERS and we don't pay into any other account in lieu of PERS.
And we are also not contributing to his health insurance.
Okay, and then so a question for the city attorney. So which management team is similar in contract than what you're getting?
Consistent, everybody except for Chief Pitts, because everybody else, they're contributing the same amount to the public employees retirement system that they're contributing to the 401k for me. It's consistent.
And drawing off PERS. Is there another example where they're drawing off PERS in the city?
No one else, to the best of my knowledge, is elected and currently on PERS.
I'm saying out the management staff, though, because you had referred, in fairness, you had referred to the management staff. Anyone
Well,
else in the management staff drawing on PERS and then having the city contribute into the 401 or 457?
I'm just saying what the resolution says, consistent with those received by other department heads. So I'm not getting anything more, I'm not getting anything less, I'm getting the same amount that them. Part of the reason it goes up to 40,000 is because I also do deferred comp, and deferred comp is therefore put into the 401, 457. So part of that is my own money again. I'm putting into deferred comp.
John, you had mentioned Maryland, so Maryland's on the same.
She's under 268, 523. That's a completely different one, and that has a different methodology that you use as far as determining. But she is, my understanding, they're putting hers into a health insurance fund or something. But she's a 523, I'm a 520. That's the distinction between the two. 520 covers elected, 523 covers those with critical shortage. So they're two different animals, basically. You can't compare one to the other. Because elected, you're running for public office. There may be others who will, again, I don't know what the future is. Somebody else may run for this office or run frankly, for mayor and council and be in the same boat, be retired from PERS and run for the mayor or council and be in the same boat. Or for the county commission. You could run for, judges are different because they're under a completely different, justice court judges are under one system. District court judges, Supreme Court justices are under another system. Police and fire are under another system. So you can't get two pensions. The one thing you can't do is you can't, for example, be a district court judge for 6 months or 6 years and then jump over and be a district attorney for 12 years and get two separate pensions. You have to elect one or another, and there's a methodology to do that as well. The one thing about it, like a justice court judge, they're still under the regular PERS system. They're not under the district court, Supreme Court justice system. And actually, I think the University of Nevada, Reno now, their professors are actually into another separate system. They actually no longer participate in PERS. They're in a 401, 457 scenario, is my understanding for the professors. And the only reason I know that is because I had a client who was a professor at the university. They're actually under a totally separate system too. They're no longer in. I assume the regular university people, for example, secretaries, whatever, they're in PERS, but the professors are no longer in PERS. They're in a 401, 457.
Yeah. And just two more questions, if I could. One, Robert, so what's the total compensation package? Councilman Ayaz, you brought this up, but what is the, I didn't see any sheet.
For the city attorney?
Yeah, the benefits,
Well, currently, for 2011, the salaries was $179,000. The benefits, which include the cost for Medicare insurance, was $68,000 for total pay and benefits of $247,000.
Okay, and then, so how, just getting back to what he said, does, Councilman Ayaz, does the council establish that pay and benefits? Is that, I guess that's what, do we establish that? Is that the pay and benefits that this council established?
The pay is established by the council, and going back and looking at it, all the other benefits are consistent with what other employees are receiving as far as health insurance, Medicare. The distinction is with the money going to the 401 versus going to PERS. predates anyone that has any information in human resources or finance as to why it started that way. It's just, so we assume at that time there was a decision made to contribute the money to the 401, and it has, I always hate to say it, but that's the way we did it last year, so that's the way we are currently doing it now.
And that's when, I guess, just Chief Pitts, if I could, because I'm trying to understand the difference. I guess that's what I'm losing, is the difference between the two.
Mr. Mayor,
I
Mr.
don't know.
Manager, and Council, Steve Pitts on behalf of the Reno Police Department. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, is this different than, I don't understand the two, because you're collecting PERS, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd have to put it into perspective, and with the mayor's permission, I could go back and do that if you have just maybe a minute or two. When the mayor approached me, I think it was probably in the latter part of 2010, early 2011, and asked for me to stay, what he did is he said, take a look at the former chief's package, which was Mike Pullman, and why don't you come back and sit down with the team. And there was a team that was in place. The city attorney was involved, I believe somebody from HR, and Kevin Knudsen at that time. So I did, and I had decided I was going to retire, and I was going to collect PERS, and I made that very clear to the mayor and that staff. And I looked at the former package that the chief had, and I believe it was about $280,000 package. And some of the things that I just didn't feel comfortable. I can speak for myself. I can't speak for Mr. Cadlick. But I said, you know what? These two deferred comp accounts that apparently the chief had access to, I don't feel comfortable having the city contribute into those. And you're no longer going to contribute to PERS. The other thing is I said to the mayor that I agree to come in at the lowest salary for the chief of police. I know I got 30 years of experience, but you know the city's in trouble. I'll come in at 151 or whatever it was, and I was okay with that. All the allowances that the former chief had, I waived all of those. Car allowances, professional travel allowances, things like that. I waived those, and then of course PERS was waived. And then what I agreed to do was pay for Tamara's insurance because I was covered, because I had retired. And so I think the total savings was about 125 or 30,000, and I believe the council probably, in a confidential session, knew that. And I don't have a problem talking about it publicly. And I think I'm different than Mr. Cadlick, but those are the decisions that me and my wife made. And I have to tell you, the mayor said, Steve, you know, that's a pretty big hit. And I said, well, this is what I'm willing to do. So I hope that kind of puts it in perspective. So I am different.
I just wanted to see. Okay, thank you.
Any other? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Is there any way staff can put a report together? Because I haven't even seen the resolution that people are referring to. Apparently, you have a chart, Robert, with the benefits and maybe a summary. So at least I have something to look at, because I'm hearing this for the first time, obviously. So really, the relevant documents.
Yeah.
I don't have enough copies.
Yeah.
Then we'll bring this up again next week.
Yeah, I mean, we can continue this, and then until staff has a chance to give us a staff report. I mean, I'd like to see some kind of analysis. I mean, there's been discussion here that there's two options or two approaches here. One, if you're a critical shortage employee, and you may be treated differently than an elected official. I mean, those are sorts of things I'd like to have in front of me before I make a decision.
Yeah, and the city, Mr. Mayor, if the city attorney wants to provide us to that resolution.
Exactly.
I'd be happy to.
No, I was just going to concur, because I briefly knew there was some numbers coming, and I got a 10-minute look at them, so I haven't seen any more information or know any other information other than what's been discussed today. So like the rest of the council, I'd like a staff report, and also from Mr. Cadlick also his information, and then we can, at least I can make an informed decision on what I think is right.
Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree. I mean, I just heard about this today. I guess the only other thing is, I mean, Dave's question and whether or not John should be giving us the opinion on this. Should we hire an outside attorney to give us an opinion on the statute? I mean, if you've got a concern about that, you know, I mean, if you think
No,
there's if you think there's a conflict with John giving
I
us
don't
that
think there's a
opinion.
conflict with the statute. The statute says may. The
Well-
conflict is with the resolution,
Well-
not the statute.
Well, you questioned the interpretation he was giving you a minute ago, though.
No, he agreed. It said may.
No, what I think is the statute says one thing. I don't disagree with what the statute says. The legal issue is going to be what the word consistent means, because that's what it is. It has to be consistent. And when you come down to it, I'm not getting anything more or
don't
less,
disagree with you.
just I'm getting it in a different vehicle. And that's the question. You might well be served to get a separate, because you're talking about a substantial amount of money. And I don't know what the council's going to do. I'm not going to presuppose that. But you may well want to get, because that's where the legal issue is going to come. It's the resolution that says consistent. What does that mean?
And I agree with that. That's one thing I was going to bring up too, Dwight, because what the attorney says, continues to say, he's not getting anything more, getting anything less. But consistent means shall receive other benefits, including but not limited to. Is it how much the city pays out and the city is the beneficiary of this consistency, or what the person gets at the end? Because the city attorney is going to get a lot more at the end of this than any other city employee. He's going to get his PERS, and he's going to get a whole nother separate chunk of money, which no other employee gets. So it's not consistent with what department heads receive. Is it consistent with what the city pays out? Yes, we pay out the same amount of money. But it says what they receive, and he's receiving far more than any department head.
I just threw it out there.
I
Do you want, and if so, we're probably going to go beyond next week. We'll probably have to do it at our first meeting in August.
Well, we could talk next week about it and then maybe
Right.
put that on the.
Then we'll decide, get the information and stuff.
But if there's a conflict there, I think that's probably the easiest way to resolve that, in my opinion.
I can make a point, Mr. Mayor. The one other thing that Councilman Iazzi has overlooked, and that is, I'm a pre-86 employee, meaning I could have gone back, if I could have gone back in PERS, I could go all the way up to 90%. After 86, you can only get 75% of your salary, regardless of how many years you're in pub service. If you're in 32, 36, 40, you get 75%. Pre-86, and I started in 76, you could get up to 90%. Frankly, I would love to have gone back into PERS, because frankly, it would jack up the amount I would receive. So it's not quite true the way Councilman Iazzi says it. If I could go back into PERS, you add 6 years, 8 years at the salary I'm getting now into this, I would be getting a substantial amount more. And I suspect if you have to start to go through it, it would be very much more than even what's being put away. But that's something, unfortunately, I can't go. I'd be loved to go back into PERS. I would have loved to have gone back in PERS 6 years ago, frankly, and get a second, an additional pension upon retirement. I would have loved that, but you can't do that.
Okay?
I'd like to make a motion to allow staff some more time on this. This is an L item.
Yep.
Do some more research into this and bring it to us whenever they can get the research done, whether it's next week. I know it's short time frame,
That
so
is
I'll leave
short.
that up to the city manager to decide when it comes back, and let give some more time maybe for the city attorney to search his soul.
Also, okay,
And I'll second the motion with the understanding that, I mean, from your perspective, John, you need to give us whatever information you have.
right,
All right.
okay. I have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. I want to go back to the future agenda items. We were one time, is Jack still here? We were at one time talking about a lease on the cover over the train trent, and why aren't we moving on that? Why haven't we got anything? Oh, here he is. Mr. Campbell, could you tell me something? Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, no, he just flew in from Hawaii.
Paradise is
like
merely
the
a
whole
state of
plan-
mind, gentlemen. Jack D. Campbell, Risk
Aloha.
Manager, City Attorney, Deputy City Attorney, strike that. Recently, we had a discussion about potentially trying to reach some kind of a mechanism to transfer control of the train trench, possibly to the El Dorado, who has been seeking some information in that, to turn that into an events plaza in line with the financing that came from the federal government, in that we had to maintain a pedestrian activity on that. The El Dorado is very interested in it, and when we presented it, it has not gone any further. Chief Pitts and I were meeting with the downtown core concerning street vibrations coming up last week, and Mr. Murdoch then reapproached me and asked me what the condition of that was. And currently, I don't know that any movement has gone on in that. And so if we could direct some staff time to that, to fully explore that.
Well, it might be current city attorney.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. This would be a perfect item you can put as an L item for next week, Mr. Mayor.
For next week? Good. We'll put it for next week and have our answers, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Any other? We're going for the good times next week. Save up the good times for next week. Well, it'll be good times and everything. Oh, wait a minute. Since you're not going to be here, maybe I'll. Never mind. Now my favorite motion. No. Public comment? Sir, would you like to say something? You've been so patient and nice and considerate today. We're done. What you are you waiting on? E4? Oh. We did that at 12 o'clock. How painful is this? Did we take care of what you needed?